kiss you goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Palace at Auburn Hills, where it is Game 5, the Pistons and the LA Lakers. This isn't just an NBA Finals game. It's a game in the finals in which you can win the NBA championship. Chuck Daly joins me, as he always does. He won 2 NBA championships, so he knows what he's talking about. Describe to me, if you can, put into words, the atmosphere, the feeling in a game such as tonight when you can win it all in attention.
Well, I think from a coaching standpoint, there's trepidation, because you never quite know what's going to happen between shoot-around and how your guys are going to respond. This is the final in the biggest stage, and a lot of things could go wrong. And I keep saying this, but you got to play the games. This club over here, the Lakers, are embarrassed, number one. Number two, they are unhappy, frustrated, and so you can't tell what kind of an effort they might get. And if they get the third score, it's going to be a dangerous game.
Is it safe to say that they could be more dangerous tonight than in any game so far, even the one they won?
I think very definitely, because I got a little cough in my...
You all right?
Yeah. I think Kobe and Shaq will have huge games and try to respond to the pressure. And then the other night, I thought they found something in that Kobe started to get in the lane and dish off and got some good shots for other people. Make the shots. They can make it interesting.
All right, we just saw some video from when you won NBA championships here. The special aspect of winning at home, you had to win in Portland, in Los Angeles.
Well, we never experienced the good part of staying at home and doing it. I'm not sure how wild it'll be. I'm a little nervous about what might happen in this building and what might, you know, that's okay. Wait, I'm just hopeful that this community really handles himself well, because there's going to be some, let's celebrate, but enjoy it the right way.
Yeah, let's hope we do get a chance to do that. All right, well, Larry Brown has been in the league for 21 years, 7 different teams, trying to win his first NBA title. Let's go to Dave Llewellyn and a chance to explore that part of this story tonight with the Pistons. Dave?
All right, Don, thank you very much. Larry Brown took the 76ers to the NBA Finals 2 years ago. That team couldn't beat Kobe and Shaq and company, but tonight, Brown is in a position to win a title. Larry Brown has taken more teams to the NBA playoffs than any other coach. Now he's on the verge of a championship, and it's new territory for him.
What did you tell the team afterwards about being in the situation up 3-1 and only needing one more game to clinch it?
I hadn't been there. I told him how proud I was of him.
Brown was brought in after Joe Dumars decided Rick Carlisle wasn't the coach to take the Pistons to the next level. It proved to be one more brilliant move by Joe D.
He's kind of met my expectations. I thought he was going to be a great innovator, great motivator, and he's lived up to all of that.
I should say so. The Pistons players want this championship for themselves, of course, but they also hope to win it for the consummate coach, the man who stresses his teams play the right way.
It would validate a lot of things, I think, in his career for him to have the ultimate goal. I mean, that's what everybody, that's what, you know, that's why he's in this. And I think for him, it would validate a lot. It really put him at ease about a lot, although he probably wouldn't say it, but I'm sure it's true.
Unlike other stops during his career, Brown took over a very good team here in Detroit, one that achieved back-to-back 50-win seasons and competed in the Eastern Conference Finals. He earned respect immediately with his approach.
What we had in place was working, and when he came in, you know, he just worked from there. You know, he didn't, you know, lose everybody by trying to change the whole system. You know, anytime you can go to a coach and have him ask your suggestion on running the play, you know, that make it comfortable for everybody to go out there and relax and play basketball, and it definitely, you know, helped ease the transition, and you gain a lot of respect for a coach like that.
He's demanding, no question, especially of his point guards. You can talk to Chauncey Billups about that, but he also helps make all of these guys better players, and it's definitely a combination that has clicked here in Detroit. Don?
All right, Dave, thank you very much. All the years in the league, in the Hall of Fame, never won an NBA title, considered a genius. This is a huge moment in Larry Brown's life, as close as he's ever been.
You know, you're right, but I don't think he feels that way. He's the kind of guy that just coaches, much like myself, and I'll never forget a great story. After we won it, I go to Pinehurst. We play golf with Jordan, Jerry West. Dean Smith, a bunch of Carolina people. We were sitting next to each other at dinner. And he pointed at me and said, you know, you haven't grasped what you just accomplished. He said, you'll be riding down the road someday this summer, and you'll just start smiling and feeling good about it. You know what? He was exactly right. And I had moments when I was alone when you say, hey, we were the world champions.
Not like you can ever say there's a void in your life considering everything he's done, but that really fills it if there is.
Well, it caps it off, makes him one of the all-time great coaches, but there's no other honor he can get. He's in the Hall of Fame, Coach of the Year, everything. So consequently, he just loves to coach. He's a coach's coach for sure.
All right, he's a player's coach too. The guys like him.
Yeah,
the guys really do like him. We got a lot more coming up on Pistons Game Day. Kobe with a rather strong statement, a promise, not a guarantee about tonight's game. You'll hear Kobe on that and some other Pistons as well. Please stay right with us.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts. By Wallside Windows, most preferred, most referred. By the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Yeah, yeah. I got 24 seconds to live, and 200% is what I'm gonna give. So I push through the pain and raise my game. A victory is the only thing to gain. Even though I'm playing the game, I ain't playing. The trophy is the reason why I came. Let's get it started. Yeah, yeah.
And welcome back to the Palace of Auburn Hills. You might remember when the Pistons played Indiana that Rasheed Wallace made a guarantee after they lost that first game that the Pistons would win the second game, and they did. Well, Kobe made a promise, not a guarantee, to an LA writer that appeared in the LA paper that basically said he promised that they will win tonight's game. But when he was asked about it yesterday, he sounded a little surprised.
I promised?
Yeah.
Well, I'll go with that, man. That's fine with me. No, we don't have a choice. You got to win. Got to get it done. You know, I think we came up here, best case scenario was to get 3. The next was to get 2. Step down from that is to get 1. We still have an opportunity to get 1. The worst possible scenario is to drop all 3 of these. But I don't think that's going to happen.
The key.
By the way, a number of Kobe's teammates have indeed backed him up, saying, sounds good to me. That's exactly what we need to do. Well, do you like that? Do you not like that when you make a promise to win such a crucial game?
Well, I think when you're in a situation where they're down 3-1 and they have to win all of the next 3 games, what difference does it make? We make the statement, if you don't do it, so what? Say la vie. So I don't think, as a coach, it would bother me.
Why does a guy pick a moment to do that, though? Why does he? I mean, he's under a lot of pressure and a lot of scrutiny just by the way he's played. Why is he the one that comes out and says something like that?
Well, I think he really feels that he's going to be able to do something tonight. I think he has that much confidence. But the Tayshaun Prince and the fact the way they play offensively in the triangle and his spacing, he doesn't have the ball in isolation. But as I said earlier, he discovered the other night, if he comes off pick and rolls, he can get in the lane. He may get shadowed again by Rasheed, but he kicks the ball, gets other people very good shots.
All right, he is being criticized, Kobe has, by everyone because he seemingly, and I haven't charted this, is the one guy who's not getting it into Shaq as much as everybody else, and the Lakers don't like that.
You know, I don't really see that. I see the fact that he's caught a lot of times with the ball at the end of the shot clock. And we talked to Wallace the other night, and Ben Wallace told him, you know, they topside him, they front him, so you can't always get the ball to the guy you want to get to it, because back out to Kobe, and he's the one guy that could go get a shot, right, and he has to get a very tough shot.
All right, Rasheed Wallace played great the other night. I assume he has it in him to repeat that, or is that hard to back that up with another good game? You
know, he's a peculiar player. I mean, he's a great player, but he's peculiar. He'll go a lot of nights and not score very many points. The other night when they got the matchup, they went to him inside. He was able to take advantage of it, make some big shots. And when he got in the little fracas, then it really motivated him. I think somebody in his own team ought to hit him tonight and get him excited.
And you know what? Everybody's talking about how the Pistons have a hard time guarding Shaq, as everybody does. They're having a hard time guarding Rasheed.
Yeah, they are. They don't have a matchup for him with Malone being who he is. He was the guy to play him. But right now, he's a shadow of himself. We don't know where he is in terms of minutes and how they're going to play him tonight.
All right, David Hall of Rock Financial has joined us in each and every show, and he's going to join us here again. And David, welcome to the show once again. Let's talk about you and Chauncey and what's going on there and your commercials and your promos and things like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be exciting this year because Chauncey has been driving me crazy about doing more and more charity work, and we're going to do more stuff next year. He gave away a lot of tickets this year. We were very, very proud to be a part of Chauncey and everything that he's done. He helped us give away so many tickets. Next year, we've got bigger plans for the Chauncey's charity, and you're going to see an unbelievable stampede of charity work, not only from Chauncey, but I'm going to try and help him out with it. We're going to give away a lot of tickets. We're going to do a lot of charity stuff. It's very exciting. This is a very community-minded guy that I'm excited about being involved with, and it's just fun to be here tonight. I'll tell you, it's a blast.
You know, the Pistons have always done a good job with that, getting their guys involved and out into the community. It's nice to see Chauncey playing so well and doing that at the same time, feeling like this is home. He's so comfortable here.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he told me he plans on playing his entire career now in Detroit. He did stuff in every city he's been in regard to charity, and this is going to be no different. He's going to do more and more every year, and we're very proud to be involved with him in terms of his charity work. And he was talking to me the other day about what are we going to do next year, how are we going to give away more tickets. So it's very exciting to see a superstar player who wants to be so community-minded and involved with the community. Not only the Read to Achieve stuff that the Pistons do, but he wants to branch out on his own and do some of his own stuff. So it's just fun to be a part of it, and we're glad to be here.
All right, David, thank you so much for joining us and telling about all the things going on with Chauncey Billups. Coming up next, Phil Jackson, Bryant, like a crybaby, talking about the officials. You'll hear from Phil. We'll talk about that coming up next. Stay with us. Welcome back to Pistons Game Day. Saw Dr. J behind us. Both teams getting ready. Chuck and I getting ready. A couple of things we want to talk about here. First and foremost, I want to talk about Phil Jackson and the way Phil Jackson is dealing with the referees. Listen to what Phil Jackson said yesterday when talking about his team and the referees.
They don't feel it's over. They want to shake. These guys want an even shake out there on the floor. So that's the part that is my sales job is convincing them to go out there and play a game that they get an even break on the court, and feel like they're not playing from an uphill standpoint.
The crybaby sound effects behind Phil Jackson as he's there. Your thoughts? I mean, that's what he's done now for 2 or 3 games. Complain about the officiating.
Well, that goes back to when he was in Chicago. He's a psychological master, hoping that one official will read it and say, I think they're right. Maybe you'll get 1 or 2 calls. But you know what? You never hear it when you're leading in a series. Mm-hmm. So consequently, it's when the team's behind, they get frustrated. That's the struggle. When you say you hope the officials hear it and they might get a call, do you think the officials might hear it and say, he's not going to tell me how to officiate these games? Yeah, they sure do. They come in, they're going to make the calls because they're on a huge stage. Everybody in the league, everybody in America is scrutinizing what they do, and they want to do a good job. And we have the best officials in the world. You rarely see the Lakers lose their cool in these kinds of situations. Kobe got a technical, lost his cool. Jackson lost his cool a little bit. Signs of incredibly frustrating moments. They've never been here before. Yeah. They've never been behind in a series, and so they don't know quite how to handle it. It'll be interesting to see how they respond tonight, but they just haven't had that. And again, it's embarrassment, frustration. That's what happens when you get behind. All right, what can they do, if anything? Do you think they'll make any changes in the lineup to counteract what Chauncey and Rip are doing to their guards? I don't sense they'll change the lineup. If they do, they might make quick substitutions. They've got to find the third guy to score, and they've got to get Kobe off of something offensively when he could get more touches, and they may move the big guy a little bit more. Set a screen for him, let him come off. When they had Malone, they were doing some cute things high-low, but they're not able to do that without Malone. But in my case, I'd go flat 1-4, give Kobe the ball and say, let him play me, I'd attack you and try to get easy shots.
Even the way he's playing, not hitting those outside shots, you'd say put it in his hands, not Shaq's hands?
Absolutely, because when he has space, he's going to be able to do it.
All right, there's a whole lot more to come here on Pistons.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts. By Wallside Windows, most preferred, most preferred. By the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
Well, Chuck and I have touched on this topic of closing out this series, but what do the players say about Game 5 tonight? Let's go to Dave Llewellyn on the court for that angle. Davey?
And Don, how about Joe Dumars? Joe knows all about closeout games. He played a key role when the Pistons won their back-to-back championships. Tonight, all he can do is watch, and he'll do so nervously.
You're trying to close a team out. Maybe you're a little uptight because you know what's at stake. The other team is desperate. So usually that's what makes it a very tough game. You know, you're uptight, really wanting to close them out. The other team is like fighting you tooth and nail not to be closed out. And that's why it's so hard to do. Because those are the two forces that you're fighting against, yourself and the other team being desperate.
Definitely, if we just go out and play the way we've been playing. And, you know, definitely this is our last home game. So we gotta make a statement here and try to end it here.
That is obviously the objective. Take care of business tonight. Don't let this thing go back to Los Angeles. Pistons are playing great. We'll see if they can continue it and wrap up an NBA championship for the first time here at the Palace. Donnie?
All right, thank you, Dave. Chuck, Joe Dumars said he's tired of people calling this an upset if they win. It's an upset if you win one game and you're the big underdog in an NCAA championship. You got to win 4 games in this series. Isn't this an upset or not? What's Joe saying there?
Well, I think nobody, including Joe, and I might add, thought it would be quite this easy. So, is it an upset? No, not really. And I said early on in one of these shows that they had to play the game. So right. They're the best team, and they proved it thus far. Series should be over. We should be sitting home watching TV. Right. Or having dinner or something, but they absolutely are the best team and have proved it every night.
I think you touched upon this in our post-game show the other night, but some of the Laker veterans went to Phil Jackson and said, we think that Payton and Malone should sit, the other guys should play, they don't get it, they're hurt, they're this or that. He said he'd think about it and then didn't do anything about it. Good, bad, or indifferent as you read that?
Well, it's very difficult to make changes like that. You know, players come up with suggestions, and some of them are pretty good and some aren't so good. I don't think they really do. I don't think they have the people to put in there. It was different if they had a different kind of bench, but their bench hasn't responded in this series in particular at all.
What does your gut tell you? Do the Pistons win this thing and close it out tonight?
I say the Pistons win it tonight.
Because?
Because they're going to have more energy. I think they're going to play a lot of people early. I think they're going to pressure down court, make it very difficult for them to get up there into their offensive set. And I think they're just going to have more energy.
If the Lakers fall behind 8, 10 points and this crowd gets into it, that makes their job even that much more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's brutal. That's why when we talk about 7-game series, having the 7th game at home, it's the same thing that's going on here. Because this crowd, with these bonkers and all the things that's going on, it's very difficult to respond or even hear yourself.
All right, we certainly hope you're right on this one, Coach. All right, that's it for now. Chuck and I will be back after the game for the post-game story right after this game ends. Thanks for watching. We'll see you after the Pistons and Lakers play Game 5.
NBA Finals over, or are we going back to Los Angeles?
This is the home of the NBA Finals. ABC Sports Championship Television.
It is a beautiful night in the northern suburbs of Detroit. This is the Palace of Auburn Hills. Last NBA game to be played here this season. Is it the last game of the season? The Detroit Pistons have won 2 championships. Both were on the road. The home fans have a chance to see something they've never seen before. The Pistons win the title at home. So this is the night you dream of. It's your chance to be a champion. Sure, there are thoughts of holding the gold trophy, but that must be held off with the reality of their desperation. The team has held off the Big Two for 4 nights. Do it on this night, and they'll join the other Motor City legends, with these guys overcoming some of the longest odds in finals history. It's their first chance, and maybe their last. It's Game 5 of the NBA Finals on ABC. Is this the last time Karl Malone comes to an arena as an NBA player? Shaquille O'Neal has kept his team in it. Will he have another Herculean effort to get it back to L.A.? This is Phil Jackson's last dance as the Lakers head coach. Ben Wallace was undrafted. He's 48 minutes from being a champion. Rasheed Wallace came via trade in February. Could he find his first ring? Richard Hamilton's won a college ring. Can he win an NBA championship tonight? So many storylines as we welcome you to the Palace of Auburn Hills for Game 5. Welcome back to the NBA Finals on ABC. Mike Tirico with the coach of the New Orleans Hornets, Byron Scott, and Tom Tolbert. Tip time comes after the top of the hour. Well, the Pistons are on the verge of doing something that hasn't been done in 3 decades, an upset of this magnitude in the NBA Finals. They were 5-1 underdogs when the series started. Huge numbers. Byron, now they're here. It's a party atmosphere all day in Metro Detroit. It's got to be dangerous when you're up 3-1 and everybody's waiting for a party, and you've got to throw the best party ever.
Yeah, that's true. And the Detroit Pistons are in a position to win a championship. If I'm Larry Brown, I'm telling them, look, 27 teams have been in this position, 27 teams have won. We don't want to be the one that goes all of a sudden 27-1. So we want to come out with an aggressive mindset, put the party and everything behind us. Let's make sure we come out here with business to take care of and do it right from the start, because you know the Lakers are going to come out ready.
You know, you've been behind 3-1 before as well.
Yes, I have.
What is it like in the locker room? What's it like in the locker room going into a situation like that? How important is it early to keep the game close, keep it arm's length, so you don't start thinking about stuff that you shouldn't be thinking about while you're on the court?
Well, Tom, like you said, I've been there before, and the one thing that we tried to do is come out with a very aggressive mindset and try to jump on that team right away, thinking that they might be already partying and getting ready for the next night. But if you don't do that early, and it kind of gets away from you, then guys start thinking about other things like vacation,
umbrella drinks,
softball in the summertime, and all that other good stuff. Yeah, that's right. And you don't want to start thinking about that too early. So you want to come out with an aggressive mindset. And the Lakers, their backs against the wall. They have no choice but to come out.
Hey, when I was with the Clippers, I got to think about that in February.
Yeah, and you did it quite well. One of the reasons that this Pistons story is so amazing and such long odds, they don't have a superstars. We bring in Al Michaels and Doc Rivers, guys. It's been a quarter century back to Seattle in '79 till you find an NBA champion that didn't have a superstar on its roster.
You know what I'm thinking about right now, Mike? How fans can attach individuals to teams. Of course, it'll always be Michael Jordan's Chicago Bulls with Scottie Pippen in a supporting role. It's David Robinson and Tim Duncan winning 2 titles with the Spurs. It's the Shaq and Kobe Lakers winning 3 titles, Doc. If the Pistons win in 25 years, what will be the attachment with the Detroit Pistons?
Well, I think it'll be several. It'll be a working class team. I mean, it'll be a team, and I think that's key. I think everyone's going to talk about defense, and I think everyone's going to talk about playing the game the right way. I think this is going to be one of the first teams in the history that a coach will be attached to the team before a player. I think they're going to talk about Larry Brown's defensive Detroit Pistons basketball team.
Hall of Fame Larry Brown, who would win his first NBA title to go to his NCAA championship. And I guess it's the right way to spell a city, Detroit. because it will be defense that I think people will really think about. Back to you guys.
And as you guys have been talking about during the series, it applies to the goalie in hockey and the pitching in baseball. If you have defense, you have championship foundation. But we've seen this team a lot. Why have they been able to come together on this championship level, Tom?
Well, certainly the whole is greater than the sum of the parts in this situation. I don't mean to diminish how good these guys are, because Billups, both Wallaces, Rip Hamilton, and they're very good players, but they all do a specific thing. You got your floor general in Chauncey Billups. You got your great mid-range shooter, Rip Hamilton. Defensively, you got Tayshaun Prince on the perimeter. You got Ben Wallace on the interior. You need points down low. You can go to Rasheed Wallace. You got a guy that can run the team off the bench, and in Corliss Williamson, you got a guy who can come in and score off the bench. So they got a lot of different things that may not spell great players, although they are very good, but certainly put them all together, and it's a great team.
The complete antithesis of what's happened with the Lakers, especially the additions of Gary Payton and Karl Malone together. 33 years of NBA experience, two great players, Hall of Fame players who have come out and tried to get their championship ring here this season with the Lakers and sacrifice a lot of money. What has happened specifically for their frustration in this series? Well, for Karl Malone, it's been the right knee injury. And for Gary Payton, it's the plain simple fact he is a square peg in the Laker triangle.
I fit to a different style of coaching and a different style of system. And that's just something that just happened. You know, it's nothing, you know, bad against the system that we have here, or nothing bad against Phil Jackson. It's just that me, myself, I really don't fit into this because it's not comfortable for me.
I think the worst part that I felt when Shaq needed a breather for a couple minutes, and I couldn't do that. Not being able to do that for Shaq really bothered me more than gimping up and down the floor.
You can see it in Karl Malone's eyes and hear it in his words how much it hurts. The McDonald's NBA Finals summary talks about those role players beyond Shaq and Kobe. Wanted to add it up? In the finals, that first column, 21 points. The regular season, the second column, about 42 points. They've gone from supersized to kiddie meal here pretty quick.
Yeah.
Karl Malone, that pain, you can see it, you can feel it.
Well, I just hope that, and this may be Karl Malone's last game he plays in the NBA, and if he doesn't win a championship ring, there have been great players before him that haven't. John Stockton, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing. You can go over to Barry Bonds, who hasn't won one in baseball, and Dan Marino in football. I don't think people should diminish his legacy if he does win or doesn't win a ring, and if he does, it shouldn't really add to it. He's been a great player. Let the legacy, let the years that he's played in the NBA stand for themselves. Great, great career.
Now, what happens with the Lakers? Because if they win tonight, they go back to LA 3-2. I think a lot of people think they might be the favorites to win the title. So don't write them off just yet. How do they get in the game tonight?
Well, obviously, they got to get some help from the supporting cast. And if I'm Phil Jackson, it's as simple as this. Because this is
time to play, pick a third option.
Let's see. Let's make a pick. Let's see which one of these guys are going to help me. Oh, my God. Brian Cook.
Brian Cook.
Brian Cook. If this is who I'm depending on, Brian, step up and make some baskets for me.
You want to try one more? Try one more.
I don't know. Let's see.
Let's go one more.
Oh, my goodness. Brian Russell. Phil, you might be done, baby.
But that's the point. That's the way it's been for Phil Jackson. It's been grasping for anything, and that's rare to see with the Lakers.
It is rare to see, but you hope that these guys can come up and play big tonight because their backs are against the wall.
Stupid hat tricks coming to an NBA pregame show near you. There's more ahead on Chevrolet NBA Hang Time as we get closer to tip time. Richard Hamilton hopes to get a ring. So does Rasheed Wallace. Two guys from Philly in their background. He's got a World Beef Freeze throwback jersey. Kobe, another Philly guy. He'll answer the wake-up call. Ben Wallace with thoughts of his late mom before what could be a special night in his career.
Chevrolet NBA Hang Time on ABC Sports, brought to you by the new Chevrolets, 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months, an American revolution. And American Express, the official card of high flyers.
Well, a nice look at suburban Detroit, Michigan, 8:44 on a Tuesday night in our aerial coverage, provided by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, reminding you to enjoy the drive on Goodyear's new Assurance tires. Behind the scenes with Phil Jackson, some final thoughts maybe looking at Byron's list of players that he pulled out of the hat, trying to find the right one to be the right mix here tonight. Well, this building has been crazy throughout the playoffs, and one of the reasons, the excitement the Pistons give, a lot of energy, and the main player for that is Richard Hamilton, a college champion 5 years ago at the University of Connecticut, a chance here to win an NBA ring. Not many players have won both college and professional championships in their career. Hamilton has been a difference maker in this series, not just on the offensive end, but defense as well. He visits with our Jim Gray, who talks with Rip about the job the Lakers have done against the Pistons, and maybe more importantly, the situation the Pistons find themselves in tonight.
Rip, no one has ever come back from a 3-1 deficit in the NBA Finals, but if you were probably to walk around the streets outside of Detroit, if any team had the belief of the public that they could come back and win this series, it would be the Lakers. Well, what is your thought to that?
Probably so. I mean, we believe that, you know, we get another game at home. You know, that's the only way we look at it. You know, we got another opportunity to play in front of the best fans in the world, and we believe that, you know, with that energy and with the energy that we possess from ourselves, you know, we don't worry about anything but this game that's ahead of us.
Kobe Bryant has not shot the ball well at all in games 1, 3, and 4, and he made the big shot in game 2. What specifically have the Pistons done? Is there such a thing, like there was the Jordan rules with Joe Dumars? Are there the Kobe rules?
Well, you know, the one thing about Kobe, you know, he can score a lot of positions on the court. You know, we try to make it tough for him. You know, he's a guy that you just can't worry about one person to guard him. You know, you got to guard him as 5. You know, you got to, I think Tate's doing an excellent job of, you know, trying to use his length and things like that. And, you know, Lindsey coming in. We're just trying to keep a body on him, you know, because, you know, they need him to score.
Have you spoken at all with Michael Jordan since you all have parted, and are you kind of upset or disappointed in the way that things have gone between you and Michael?
Well, I haven't spoken to him since probably like 4 days after I got traded. We had a great relationship. You know, I respect him to the fullest. I learned so much, you know, at a young age that, you know, you can't ask a kid to get be in a better situation than that. You know, and it hurt at first, you know, like I said, but, you know, that's when you realize that the NBA is about business too. And I had to get over with it. And, you know, I'm happy that I'm in the situation I'm in now.
Do you look at yourself in the mirror as a superstar?
Yeah, every day. Every day. I mean, my dad been telling me that since I was 6, 7 years old. Son, you're a superstar. I don't care what anybody says. You're a superstar. He raised me to believe that. So regardless of what situation I am, ever since I was a little kid, I always believed that.
He has certainly come into that role as the Detroit Pistons come on to the floor here at the Palace with the boisterous crowd slapping those thunder sticks. Richard Hamilton's one of the guys who has fired this crew up. Here's Hamilton, who coming into this series was going to be opposite Kobe Bryant, 2 guys who went up against each other in high school. Well, thus far, Bryant's only scored 3 more points than Hamilton. It's been team defense for Detroit that has done a great job on Kobe Bryant. First, Hamilton, and what he means, Tom, to this team on the offensive end with all the movement he does.
Well, he tires out the defender. I mean, the defender's going to chase him all over the place. And what he does such a good job at, you watch him throughout the course of this game, he knows how to set up the defender. If the defender's playing one way, goes over the top, he'll fade. If the defender chases him, he'll curl, and he's great at getting the ball, one dribble, and hitting mid-range jump shots.
Before you go, you just saw that shot of the Lakers live down in the tunnel. Karl Malone was in civilian clothes, not in uniform. There was some talk earlier that Karl would not be playing tonight. He did not come out for warm-ups in uniform, which is not uncommon. He was getting some treatment a couple of nights ago before the game. But as you see, Karl Malone in street clothes as the Lakers get set to take the floor. Byron, you surprised by that at all?
Not really. I think right now Karl is at a point where he's really hurting. So it's probably the best for himself and for the Laker team to not have him out there. Lakers are just going to have to pick it up without him.
Or the hopes for LA that he can get some rest and get a chance to contribute to the team when we go back to Southern California if there is a Game 6. Speaking of Hollywood, this weekend the movie Dodgeball will open nationally. One of its stars, one of the big stars in Hollywood, Ben Stiller. He joins us for tonight NBA Finals Minute.
Hey, I'm Ben Stiller, and this is my NBA Minute. Favorite Piston? I have to say Ben Wallace, just for sheer coolness vibe. I like the look. I like the double armbands on the biceps. It's a look I wear at home. I sport that look just when I'm walking around the house. Yeah, I like him. Is that bad that I did that? Okay. I used to love to hate Bill Laimbeer because he was the guy you loved to hate. And he was a Piston, but I'm showing my age now. I'm 53. Shaq, you want to just squeeze him and just say, you know, just make that free throw. And it's kind of lovable when he misses. He just kind of, because I think he makes us feel like we could be him because that's how we would shoot. But yet he's also like the superstar of the world. So it kind of makes us, I think he does it on purpose. I think Shaq misses on purpose to make us feel closer to his greatness. That was my NBA minute. Wasn't it incredible? Felt like an hour, didn't it?
Was actually one of the funnier ones of the year. Ben Stiller's movie opens Friday. The Lakers take the floor again without Karl Malone, the future Hall of Famer, not in the lineup tonight. Ahmad Rashad will visit with some of the bad boys. Chuck Daly, Bill Laimbeer, and Rick Mahorn are shocked. He's smiling and laughing. The Jack Nicholson fake, the Kid Rock real. And so far, Kid Rock has had the better of Jack's team so far.
The Chevrolet Courtside Report is brought to you by Chevrolet. 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months. An American revolution.
Welcome back to the Palace at Auburn Hills, where the Detroit Pistons will be trying to close out the LA Lakers and try to win another championship. I guess that would have, Shaq will have something to say about this. But our guests today are the bad boys from the 89-80. The Pistons, during that time, had the most wins and allowed the fewest points in the NBA over those 2 seasons. They lost a total of 7 playoff games over those 2 seasons. And joining me now is Coach Chuck Daly, Rick Mahorn, and Bill Laimbeer. Now, Coach, you have been in these finals before. How tough is it to close a team out?
Well, it's extremely difficult because you really don't know what's going to happen between shoot-around and what happens in the game. And you say, well, my guys will be all right, but sometimes things change. You got to play the game, and it is a tough game to get accomplished.
Now, Lamb, a lot of people predicted it'd be a 5-game series, but they predicted the other way.
Not me. I predicted 4-1 before it started. The Pistons have gone through a really hard road with New Jersey and with Indiana, a very tough knockdown, drag-out defensive series, and they're hardened right now. They're very mentally strong, which is what is carrying them right now. Plus, LA can't match their defensive effort.
You know, one of the things I've noticed in watching this series, the body language between the two teams. The Lakers' body language has changed. The Pistons' body language has not changed at all.
They have that swagger, Ahmad. They had that swagger when we had it back in 89 and 90. That swagger, you feel like nobody can beat you. And right now, they want to finish the job. They're 1 game away, 48 minutes away. This is going to be an exciting game.
Chuck, it's a different era, but do you see similarities between the bad boys and this team?
It's absolutely deja vu. They have the same work ethic. They can defensive rebound, and that's really their strength. Plus, there's some tough-nosed guys, hard-nosed guys. These 2 guys, you know, the Olympic Tower where you get your check from, they paid for the building with fines. They set the tone for that club. Everybody was scared to death.
All right, can I get to, obviously it'd be a tough, is it over with tonight? Or do we go back to LA?
I think it's going to end tonight because I think they're going to pressure down floor. I don't know if Shaq and Kobe and their group can respond with only 1 day off. I think it's going to be an energy game, and if they have enough energy at the end of the game.
I think everybody in the country wants this game to end right now. I think the people in this building, the media, all want this to end right now.
Not LA, Bill.
That's the only ones that don't think that the Lakers can win. Right now, the Pistons are the better team.
Pistons right now should take it home tonight. And if they want to, you don't want to go to LA. That's a long flight. Might as well take it home tonight. You got a shorter ride home.
The best thing I saw in the paper today was that a full house beats a pair.
Does it ever?
Thanks, you guys. This has been the Chevrolet Courtside Report. Back to you, Mike.
All right, Ahmad, thank you. Great to visit with those guys. All are involved in the media in some way, shape, or form. And Bill Laimbeer is the coach of the WNBA champion Shaq, who won their title in this building with Karl Malone's daughter, Cheryl Ford, playing such a key role. And Karl Malone, as you see, not in uniform tonight. We believe it will be Slava Medvedenko who will start in his stead, but we will keep an eye on that now, and Doc will let you know just before tip. Tom, so many people have talked about the fouls and the free throws in this series. Give me your read on the numbers that have been one-sided with Detroit going to the line and the Lakers always in foul trouble.
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, the numbers are 91 to 78. LA shot 78 free throws. Detroit has made 91 free throws. They've made 13 more than Lakers have shot. Why? Because they're more physical, they're more aggressive, and they're more athletic. Tonight it'll be interesting to see if the Lakers can get to the hole, get to the free throw line a few more times. You got to do that if you want to win on the road.
Byron, Kobe Bryant did not look anything like the Kobe Bryant we've come used to see, especially in the first half of the last game. And sometimes he tries to get everybody else involved. Is this a night where he just tries to get as many baskets as he can?
Well, I think so, Mike. I think the only other person he's going to try to get involved in this game is the big fella. Other than that, I think Kobe's going to come out with a real aggressive mindset. He understands that our backs are against the wall. We want to go back to L.A. with another game in mind, not to go back with our summer ahead of us.
Well, the Detroit Pistons have won titles twice before, and as mentioned, on the road. Will they win one at home tonight?
Predictions, huh?
Yeah.
My prediction is if I find the guy that made thunder sticks, I'm going to beat him down in a hurry. That's it. I've had it with these things, okay? Pistons tonight.
Oh, I got to go with Tom. I think the Lakers haven't shown me anything in the first 4 games. I don't see why it's going to change. I got to go with Detroit closing it out tonight.
That Larry O'Brien trophy on the finals tour has been to over 40 games and over 100,000 miles. It might end its journey tonight. The Pistons have won titles on June 13th and June 14th. This is June 15th. We'll see if they close it out tonight. See you with the commissioner at halftime. Slava Medvedenko will start for the Lakers and Karl Malone stead. Enjoy Game 5 of the finals live on ABC.
Chevrolet NBA Hang Time on ABC Sports. Brought to you by the new Chevrolets. 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months. An American revolution. And the DVD Handycam camcorder from Sony. Like no other.
When you're down 3 games to 1, the math is simple. Tonight's the night for a star to shine ever brighter. To draw every ounce from your reserve. It's about staying alive to keep a dream alive. The stars are assembled, but can they get alive? When you've been there before, it's about looking inward for the solution. Do it the right way. And you'll try to prove once again it's not who you are, but how you play that matters most. Lakers Pistons in the NBA Finals tonight, Game 5.
Welcome to the Palace of Auburn Hills outside Detroit. Will a 3rd championship banner hang from the rafters after these NBA Finals? The bad boys from the 2 championship teams, the coach, Chuck Daly, Bill Lambier is here tonight. John Sally is here tonight. So is Rick Mahorn. Karl Malone would have made a great bad boy, but he has a bad knee and is not in uniform and gets embraced just moments ago by Piston coach Larry Brown. And we are set right now for Game 5 of the NBA Finals. The Los Angeles Lakers taking on the Detroit Pistons. I'm Al Michaels with Doc Rivers. Michelle Tafoya and Stuart Scott will work the sidelines. Can the Pistons pull off one of the great upsets in NBA Finals history? Right now they're on the verge of that. The Lakers are just trying to take the series back to L.A. for a 6th game on Thursday and, if necessary, a 7th game on Sunday. Oft times when there's an upset in the making, there's a lot of mystery, there's a lot of luck involved. Not so here. It's simple. The Pistons have just played better, including in the 2nd game when the Lakers needed a miracle to pull out a victory. In fact, the Lakers are the lucky ones. They're lucky they haven't been swept. Doc, Phil Jackson first, the Laker coach. We talked to him earlier. What can a guy who's never been in this situation with a veteran team Down 3-1. What can he do? What will he do?
Well, I think the first thing he has to do is make his players believe. He has to tell them that the solution is in the locker room. It's not about changes. What we do, we have to do it better. More importantly, he has to let them know that if they win this game, the rest of the playoffs are at home. But more importantly, he has to get more than just Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant playing. He needs one more guy. I don't know who that guy will be, but he has to get one more guy to help the cause.
They're the only guys in double figures for the Lakers in each of the 4 games. Now there's Larry Brown. We both know him very well. He's a fretter. He doesn't want to think ahead. He's in the moment. Can he keep his team in the moment?
Yeah, he has to. He has to stay in it now. He has to get his team to understand if you lose this game, this is your last game at home for the rest of the season. Stay in it now, and you'll win the game.
Kind of funny. Brown staying in the moment. Phil Jackson is a guy who loves to stay in the moment, but he's got to be thinking about Thursday.
Yes.
Getting there anyway. Right now, to the public address announcer, our man, Mason.
NBA Final. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you remain standing as we now honor America with the singing of the national anthem being performed tonight by Detroit's own international recording icon, the Queen of Soul, Miss Aretha Franklin.
$22,000 pair of thundersticks saluting that rendition. Get the game underway. Look at the starting lineups after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Get started under pressure. The ones that bring it, the ones that test you. When we moving the rock, when we make it a shot. Make magic with only 1 on the clock, and the feeling's irresistible when we all shot. Let's get it started. Yeah, let's get it started. Let's get it started. Yeah,
The Palace of Auburn Hills already rocking. It will throughout the evening. As we get set to take a look at the Bud Light starting lineups for you. And with Malone out, a change for the Lakers. Up front, they have Devin George. Medvedenko replaces Malone. O'Neal in the middle. Prince and the two Wallaces up front for Detroit. The guards for the Lakers, Gary Payton and Kobe Bryant. For Detroit, Chauncey Billups, right now a primary candidate for MVP, and Richard Hamilton. And we go to Michelle.
All right, well, with Karl Malone out, Phil Jackson said before the game, Al, that Slava Medvedenko, quote, has a game that he can bring to this matchup with Rasheed Wallace. He also said that Medvedenko is a far better player than what he's shown in this series so far. But Phil also said he has told every one of his players to be ready to play tonight as he plans to throw everything he has at Detroit. And speaking of Detroit, let's go over to Stuart Scott.
Michelle, 14 years after winning their last title, almost every Piston player to a man said their biggest challenge is focusing on one game without thinking about what happens when they win that game. Chauncey Billups told me, my only fear is that we want it so bad that we come out and start individually trying to do too much. Nothing selfish, he said, no agendas, just wanting it so bad, Al, and being that close.
Right now, Jack Nicholson is here to lend support to his beloved Lakers. Jack comes to town for the first time in the middle three games. Lakers trying to go home and take Detroit with them. In each of the 4 games in this series, we've had a jump ball violation to start the game. The only jump ball the Lakers have won was the one in overtime in game 2, the most important. So we get set to go. Tonight's telecast available in high definition and Spanish on ESPN Deportes. Joey Crawford, who will work the game with Bernie Fryer and Bennett Salvador to put the ball in the air. O'Neal at the ready. Ben Wallace jumping for Detroit. Wallace is 6'9", gives away about 3.5 inches, and that time a legal jump ball. And the Lakers get it. That means they will start the 4th quarter with a possession.
And if you're a Laker fan, every sign is important. Meaning that every possession is important. Is why Shaq didn't try to steal the ball.
And Slava Medvedenko, who got the ball from O'Neal, dropped it on the baseline after Shaq was doubled and then almost tripled as Malone takes a seat on the bench. Well, it's a 3-second violation.
Yeah, and the key will be with Slava Medvedenko is where they can space him out, because what the Pistons are doing when he's in the game, they're using his guy to double team Shaquille O'Neal, not only with the ball but without the ball.
Heavy pressure by George. Medvedenko is making his first start since March 10th, over 3 months.
And one change you see early in this game is Kobe Bryant is starting the game out guarding Chauncey Billups, and that leads to an early foul. Now, what did you see there, Al, right away? The difference in this series, in my opinion, is that the Lakers have taken a ton of jump shots, and the Pistons keep attacking the basket. Right there, Chauncey Billups gets to the basket, and now he gets to the foul line.
So Kobe Bryant picks up his first personal 35 seconds into the game. The Lakers never led in game 3 here last Thursday. Had the lead from time to time in the 4th game on Sunday. So Detroit up 2-0 at the outset, and Bryant with a foul. Gary Payton is guarded by Billups. George has Hamilton on him. Here's Medvedenko. He's free and hits from 19 feet.
And that is significant. Every shot he can make makes Rasheed Wallace pay more attention to him. That one shot does nothing, but if he can make a couple of them, it will.
Payton is there. Got his hand on it, out of bounds. It'll be inbounded with 11 seconds on the timer by Detroit.
I like this move by the Lakers for a couple of reasons. One, I do think Gary Payton has the ability to stay with Rip Hamilton. 2, Kobe Bryant has a bigger body to guard Billups.
Prince is free from outside, in and out. Payton gets his first rebound. Pushes it up the floor. Medvedenko is free again and hits. So the Lakers, who had O'Neal and Bryant as the only guy in double figures in every game, have another guy now with 4 points in the first minute and a half.
Well, the one thing we know about Slava Medvedenko, he's going to give himself a chance. I mean, he is not an unwilling shooter.
Over Medvedenko, and Wallace drops one in.
That's where they miss Karl Malone. Karl Malone's ability to push Wallace off the block will be missed this evening.
Bryant
too deep.
To O'Neal. Shaq misses his first shot of the night after scoring 36 with 20 rebounds and a tremendous performance the other night that was wasted. And Billups has it knocked away, stolen by the Lakers. Medvedenko again. Can he make it 3 in a row? Yes, he can. So Slava Medvedenko replacing Malone. You know he can give him the offense that Malone can't. And Doc, as you pointed out, the big question is against Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah, and the key for Rasheed Wallace is will he stay on the post? He has a habit of popping out off the block. That's where the Lakers would love to see him.
Medvedenko tried to front him. Now he gets behind him. And as Wallace works the ball outside, there's a foul here on the Lakers, on Devin George.
Yeah, and you notice that third one, Rasheed Wallace came at him. Now, this is the third team foul already for the Lakers, and this is what they don't want, is to get the silly fouls, Al. That's where they've been hurt so far.
The other night, the Lakers committed 36 fouls as O'Neal gets it over to Bryant. So the Lakers coming out tenaciously on defense. Here's Medvedenko again. This time he's going to dump it into O'Neal, and O'Neal's going to softly put it over the rim to make it 8-4 Lakers.
But Al, you already saw the difference with Medvedenko making shots. When he caught it that time, Rasheed Wallace ran out to him. That allowed him to drop the ball in the Shaq.
Prince guarded by George. Works off a Rasheed Wallace screen. Can't get it to drop, but Rasheed is there. Puts it up. Nothing happening. And O'Neal quickly gets it ahead to Bryant. Kobe's first effort is good, and the Lakers lead by a half dozen. 3.5 into the game, and the Lakers, at least at the outset, come out as a team that knows exactly what's at stake tonight.
And they're doing two things. Number one, they're playing defense, and by playing defense, that's allowing them to get in the open court.
And underneath, going down hard and drawing that response from the crowd is the angular and very thin Tayshaun Prince. Foul is on O'Neal.
That's the first flop flagrant I've seen. You know, usually they're just flops, and he was hit hard. But watch Tayshaun Prince. He's going to lay down there for a minute to see if he could draw the flagrant foul. And when he noticed that there was not another whistle, he kind of turned around and popped right back up.
Prince hasn't made a free throw in this series. He's now 0 for 4 in this series. Lakers fouling the Pistons at, for them, an alarming rate, and tonight already 3, including 1 each on Bryant and O'Neal.
And those are huge, not only because there's 3 fouls, but because of Bryant and O'Neal. The one thing Phil Jackson needs them to be is aggressive. And when you get those early fouls, you become passive.
Anybody who follows the NBA knows if you get 2 early fouls, the coach almost compelled to put you on the bench. Bryant fakes Prince out, and with Hamilton in his face, can't get that to go. And a whistle underneath, and Bernie Fryer is going to call a loose ball foul here on O'Neal. And so that's 2 already on Shaquille O'Neal, 4 minutes and 2 seconds into the game.
Exactly what the Lakers didn't want. 2 fouls on O'Neal. More importantly, 4 team fouls. Now, for the rest of this quarter, they are in the penalty.
And in this situation, Jackson, of course, minus Malone, has to leave him in. And then Wallace drives to the hoop and then gets the gong from the guys upstairs as he drops one in to make it 10-7.
Well, Ben Wallace knew that Shaq couldn't get in his way because of the 2 fouls.
Here's Medvedenko again. O'Neal trying to tip it up. Out of bounds it goes. Lakers will have it. See O'Neal giving a piece of his mind to Bennett Salvador on the last foul.
Yeah, what they're saying is you called over the back on Shaq. Shaq felt like the Detroit Pistons just went over the back on him.
What a play as O'Neal got it, gave it back to Devin George. He's able to get under the basket and face it and put it in. 12-7.
Well, the one change already by the Lakers offensively is that they're trying to get to the bucket tonight themselves.
They've been taking far too many jump shots and hitting very few three-pointers to this point. Cross court, Prince moves in for about a 12-footer that hits the side of the backboard. O'Neal gets the rebound. LA up by 5. Medvedenko to Shaq. Medvedenko again. And that time, his worst effort of the night. So he starts out hot. Then he hits the rim on one, and that one barely grazed it.
And the key for him is that he has to keep shooting.
Hamilton. And knocked away by Payton. So Gary Payton got a hand in. Payton, who's been eaten up in this series by Billups, makes a good defensive play for the steal.
I got to tell you, I like Payton's look tonight.
Bryant goes underneath, loses the ball. No foul is called, and it winds up in Medvedenko's hands for the basket.
This is the most engaged that I've seen Gary Payton in a long time. That doesn't mean he's going to play well, but he is engaged into this game.
Medvedenko in this series had 8 points total coming in to tonight's game. He is 8 at the outset. 14-7 Lakers.
The NBA Finals on ABC, brought to you by Bud Light. Fresh, smooth, real. It's all here. The new Chevrolets, 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months. An American revolution. American Express, the official card of high flyers. And two brothers. On June 25th, join two Tiger Cubs on their unforgettable journey home.
Back in Auburn Hills, Michigan, Slava Medvedenko has already scored 8 points. Amazingly, Kobe and Shaq, as we mentioned before, the only Lakers in double figures in 4 consecutive games. How unusual is that? Well, this league's been around 58 years. That's 42,000 plus regular season games, about 3,000 playoff games. It's never happened. Never.
That's an unbelievable number.
Shaq comes out of the game here, and from the corner, it is Tayshaun Prince for a long 2. So O'Neal with 2 fouls out of the game. They have Bryant Cook in the game. Here's Kobe now. Kobe draws a crowd.
Boy, he sure does.
Yeah, what else is new? Medvedenko trying to get into double figures, and Medvedenko gets fouled as he works the baseline, and that will be the first foul, and that's Rasheed Wallace. Now, Wallace has been in foul trouble in this series. In the first 3 games, he barely played in any of the second quarters, and then the other night, he stayed out of foul trouble and had a great night.
Yeah, and that was why he had a great night, because he was allowed to play the whole game.
Cook missing.
See, that's the one thing Cook can do. Now, you're wondering why Phil Jackson takes Shaq out. Well, he has 2 fouls. That's number one. I think the other reason is they have a 5-0 3-point lead, and he's going to look at the scoreboard and watch it. If the Lakers have a lead or even get down just a little bit, he can afford to sit Shaq.
That was Rasheed Wallace, and that's Bryant. Ball comes out to Devin George. Bryant again, and Bryant gets pushed by Chauncey Billups. We mentioned the other night the Lakers had 35 personal fouls in the last game. The Pistons 20. That was the largest difference between the number of fouls for 2 teams in any game in the 58-year history of the NBA Finals. We'll beat a lot of them at the end, but still, it's been the story of the series.
Yeah, it really has been. And the reason it's such a big story, Al, is because the Lakers led the league in free throws.
Cook made a terrible pass, but it came back to Bryant. And then the call is against the Lakers.
You know, that's why you don't play rookies, honestly. And I hate to be so harsh. But first, the pass. I mean, you're in the World Championship game that you can be eliminated. You get on the floor and you throw a no-look pass to another big. I mean, that's number one. And then to commit the foul after that, you know, Phil Jackson is thinking, that's probably why I don't play young guys in finals.
Phil's also thinking, how bizarre is this? I've got 4 Hall of Famers and a 5th Beatle to start the season. I'm in an elimination game, and I have to have Cook in the game early. I have to have Medvedenko in the game early. I've got Malone in street clothes and Shaq with 2 fouls.
Yeah, and that's a tough situation. But one of the things Phil Jackson talked about early in the year is how much he enjoyed working with Cook and Luke Walton. And he thought that they both would be excellent players. I don't know if he knew that he would need them this early.
6 straight points for Detroit. 7-point lead is now 1. Bryant guarded by Prince. Shoots over him. Doesn't drop. Big Ben high for the rebound. Now the Pistons can assume the lead here. Billups puts it on his hip, goes all the way. That's the bounce. So Shaq goes to the bench, and the Pistons are on an 8-0 run.
And that's not a coincidence. They're struggling scoring on one end, and the Pistons are attacking the basket on the other end because they know there's no shot blocker.
Shaq has been on the bench in this series 20 minutes. In those 20 minutes, the Pistons have outscored the Lakers.
Our club has been one of the most difficult clubs to project how they're going to play of any team I've ever coached this particular year. So much of it depends upon Shaquille. He expanded himself so much the other night. We wasted one of the great games that we saw him play in this playoffs. It's going to depend upon him. Right now, I think we're feeling really pretty good about it. Kobe's guaranteed the fact that we're going to win. That in itself says something about it, and I like the mental attitude of the ball club.
He was talking about Shaq and wasting that performance, and they wasted their lead here. 8-0 run in a little over a minute and a half that Shaq was on the bench.
Yeah,
this play resumes, he's back in.
Yeah, and I thought that what Phil was doing was right. He was going to wait, look at the score. Now they're down. He put Shaq back in. I think this is a huge, key part of the game right now for Detroit. They have Shaq in foul trouble. They have the Pistons. They have the Lakers in penalty. They must keep attacking this basket.
And that was Devin George with the slam to make it 16-15. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant for the Lakers has started out cold again. Kobe 1 for 5, hitting only 38% from the field in this series. Prince all the way, drops it in.
See, they know that Shaq can't help. And if he does help, they're going to throw their bodies right into him. So it'll be interesting how Shaq handles this.
And that'll make Prince very effective as well. He loves that move. Goes to the lane and puts it in. Shaq misses, gets his own rebound, and stuffs it back in.
Even a passive Shaq is aggressive. Even a passive Shaq is effective. You know what I mean?
And a passive Shaq who knows his season could be over. And Shaquille with 2 early fouls. Payton guarding Hamilton. Who puts it in over Gary to make it 19-18. Lead seesaw.
That's the one area where I think Rip Hamilton is going to have to take advantage of Gary Payton, and that's his size.
Payton loses. Stolen by Wallace. He's out in front all alone. 21-18 on the steal by Big Ben. Feeding O'Neal again. Medvedenko can't get it to drop. Rebound to Billups. Pistons running the floor. Score it. Hamilton. 23-18. Crowd roaring. 5-point lead coming down to 2 minutes to go in the period. Pistons 12-4 run here. Inside it comes. And the foul here. Foul is on Corliss Williamson.
And first the steal by Ben Wallace. I was really surprised no one tried to track him down and give him a foul. And then you saw Devin George at the bottom of your screen with an opportunity to get in spot and take a charge, and instead he moved out of the way. Those are the little things that are really hurting this Laker team. And one of the things Larry Brown said is we want to run on the Lakers as much as possible.
That was a non-shooting foul. They started with 14 on the timer, and Kobe Bryant pulls one of his patented moves by driving through traffic to the hoop. 23-20. Luke Walton has come into the game. He provided the fuse that lit the Lakers in the second quarter in Game 2.
And right when Luke comes in, Corliss Williamson is in, and they're going to post him up.
O'Neal gets the rebound. Bryant, 4 points to this point. Payton will drive. Jump hook from the lane. Lakers cut it to 1. Gary's first 2 of the night.
A drive by Kobe Bryant. A drive by Devin George. A drive by Gary Payton. This Laker team right now is playing differently than they played all series.
Have to. Work it out to Hamilton. 6 on the timer. Williamson would have counted. He'll go to the line. You know, I was thinking, Doc, in this series, the 4 games, you have 4 quarters and an overtime period. There are only 2 sections that I can remember the Lakers dominating. One was the Walton part of game 2 late in the first half, injecting the energy. The other was the overtime period. Apart from that, it's been either the Pistons or neutral. But the Lakers have had control of the pace and tempo so few minutes in the series.
Yeah, actually, this is the only time, as crazy as it sounds, it's a 24-22 lead by the Pistons, but this is the first up-tempo basketball that you've seen in this entire series. So if you're Phil Jackson, you're looking at the score, you know you're down, but you got to think he likes this tempo much better. There's more driving to the bucket, and there's more running in the game and open court basketball. That's the way the Lakers actually want to play.
Williamson drops 2. It's the most points scored by either team in the first quarter in this series. The 25 for Detroit. Bryant, Prince on him. Kobe in the lane, drives, gets fouled. Bryant draws the foul. The foul is a 2-shot foul. The Pistons now have committed 14 fouls and the Lakers 6.
And it's obvious, Al. I mean, it's obvious watching this Lakers team play tonight that Phil Jackson has told them, guys, I can't fight for you about fouls if you're going to keep launching jump shots. You have to get to the foul line. You have to drive the basketball. And eventually, if you drive, you will get to the foul line.
25-23. That's their first free throw of the night. Shelly Brown, Larry's wife, who is a lot more nervous than Larry. I can guarantee you.
I don't know.
Larry hides it pretty well.
Larry didn't look too calm in that office before the game today.
But Larry's always Larry.
True. That is Larry.
25-24 Detroit. Eldon Campbell. Walton comes over to help. Way back outside to Hunter. Now Campbell. And Walton comes in there to provide the defense after he got by Shaq. Shaq has to be very careful with the 2 fouls. Now the Lakers can run it down.
You know what was interesting? Luke Walton, the rookie, was running down the floor yelling, one shot, one shot.
He's a smart rookie. He's in the jeans. With 3 on the timer, Bryant can't drop it. And that'll be the end of the first quarter. And there is still time. There is, well, 0.4 of a second. And you know what that means. Well, Derek Fisher certainly knows what it means.
And Kobe Bryant is really upset because he thought he had Tayshaun Prince up in the air and drew contact. And he really wants to know why that foul wasn't called.
They put 2:10 on the clock. Pistons will have to inbound from backcourt. O'Neal's going to come out. They're not going to take any chances here, even with 6/10. That would be a horrible 3rd foul.
Well, there's a lot of time. We know that with 6/10.
2/10 more than you need. Prince looking to fling it down the floor. Does down the baseline here. Hunter puts it up, and at least he got the rim. No foul call there. Bryant goes off the floor. Asking Bennett Salvatore if he's going to call any fouls when he's shooting tonight. Larry Brown working Joey Crawford. Detroit, good first quarter. Pistons leading the Lakers 25-24 in Game 5. We are watching the NBA Finals on ABC Sports Championship Television. Aerial coverage tonight being provided by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, reminding you to enjoy the drive on Goodyear's new Assurance tires. That's the Palace of Auburn Hills. It's about 32 miles from Detroit. Kid Rock and Hank Williams. Hank, are you ready for some hoops?
Yeah, boy, that's a heck of a combination right there.
I would say. Interesting duet they could provide us with. 25-24, second quarter. Al Michaels, Doc Rivers, Michelle Tafoya, and let's check in with Stuart Scott.
Now, interesting in the last time out, Larry Brown did acknowledge to his team that Shaq has 2 fouls, but he also said spread the offense, meaning make sure you continue to run our offense. He even looked at his big man and he said, stop trying to get the fouls, try to score. Al?
Thank you, Stuart.
And that is really significant because what players and teams do, they focus so much on trying to draw the foul on Shaq that it actually takes them out of their rhythm and their offense.
That was Williamson dropping in the first points of the period. Kareem Rush is in the game. So is Derek Fisher. And Kobe has the ball stolen. Pistons rush back. Hamilton drives in. And Rush commits the foul. Pistons just forcing the issue in this entire series. Moving the ball around, getting through the middle, forcing the Lakers to commit fouls.
Yeah, they really are. They're getting so deep with the dribble penetration that either you foul them or you give them an easy two. And that's been their game plan throughout. Now, the only change so far in this game and in this series is today or tonight the Lakers are trying to do the same thing. Even that last shot, Kobe Bryant got it stolen from him, but he is trying to attack the basket. I think that's the right thing if you're the Lakers.
Hamilton misses the first of two. Billups is the leading scorer with 6. The Pistons, you talk about spreading it out and balanced scoring. They have 6 guys who have between 4 and 6 points. The Lakers, meanwhile, have Bryant now with 6. Medvedenko had a quick 8. He's on the bench right now. Walton in the corner, feeds it to O'Neal. 5 on the 24. Back to Shaq, and Shaq gets held as he's going to the basket by Rasheed Wallace.
You know, it's interesting. I don't think Larry Brown wanted that, you know, because it was Rasheed Wallace. You know, he needs Rasheed Wallace to stay in this game. Now Rasheed Wallace commits the foul because Shaq gets so deep, and it saves him a bucket, but it hurts him because Wallace has to come out of the game.
For the 4th time in 5 games, Rasheed Wallace has to take an early seat with his 2 fouls. Shaq tries to hand off to Kobe, and Lindsey Hunter got in between them to commit the foul. Here's Michelle.
Well, Al, since the last game, Phil Jackson spoke with Kobe Bryant about the things they wanted him to do tonight in this game, and I'll finish up after this play.
Fisher for 3.
Al, what Phil wanted from Kobe tonight was the things that he did in Game 2, the game that they won. Play off the ball, get easy baskets, move without the basketball, be a distributor, and when he does have the ball, distribute the ball, and then the game will come to him. That's what they're looking from Kobe Bryant tonight, guys.
Michelle, that last foul was on Elvin Campbell. Now Bryant nearly has it taken away, and does in fact by the hands of Hunter, leading to a Hamilton break and dunk.
See, Kobe Bryant just did exactly what Phil Jackson didn't want him to do. I mean, right there, he tried to split between 2 guys, which would be very difficult, and he turns the ball over. That's his 2nd turnover now for buckets for the Pistons because he's trying to force the action.
6-point lead inside to Shaq, puts it up and in.
But if you're the Lakers again, it's a 4-point game, and now the Pistons have 3 team fouls early into the 2nd quarter.
And the Pistons are hot after they were down by 7 in the first quarter. They scored on 12 of 14 possessions. Williamson is guarded by Kobe Bryant. And reaching in is Derek Fisher, and he's going to get called for it. Back to the steal by Hunter and the Hamilton breakaway.
I mean, again, you can see Kobe Bryant trying to force the action, and that's the 2nd time he's tried to split between guys, and that's what Kobe Bryant does extremely well, except for the Pistons now know that. They're playing them for that, and that's the 2nd turnover for bucket that he's caused.
Hunter out of the corner, and Ben Wallace in perfect position to grab the rebound. He's as good as it gets off the glass.
He is. And those hands are like glue. When they touch his hands, it sticks.
Williamson missing. Man, I just love to watch the way Wallace sets up, especially on those shots from the corner. He knows exactly where to be for the rebound. Perfectly positioned. Fisher from deep outside. Got it. 3-pointer to Derek. Saluted by Malone. It's a 1-point game.
And again, great ball movement. And on that shot, Fisher didn't hesitate.
Fisher, one of those Lakers playing hurt. Half the roster playing hurt, but playing nonetheless. Hamilton
throws it away. And now Kobe's on a break, and Kobe's going to put this one in, looking to see where Hunter was, seeing if he could get a three-point play out of it. And it's 31-30 Los Angeles.
I think he didn't think Hunter could catch up to him. And he did. And this is the big foul here. Again, you know the silly fouls that Phil Jackson talked about away from the action. That is what just happened. And this is why the Lakers have been in penalty all series.
Can't stay out of their own way. 31-30 Los Angeles.
Now you tease my plug one style and my plug one second coach. You say plug one and two are hit.
All right, Doc, I'll see you. I've got 2 jacks. What do you have?
I have one right there.
Well, 1.5
One real one.
Well, Jack on the right, the two Wallaces of sorts. Jack Nicholson hitting the road.
Brave man Jack Nicholson is, you know. I remember he went into Boston one time and braved the elements also. My first Boston reference
in a while. I like that. Doc, of course, will be the coach of the Celtics next year. Game of runs right there. Lakers started hot. Then Shaq sat down for a minute and a half, and the Pistons were off and going. And now after Fisher committed the foul on the inbounds play, which means Ben Wallace is at the line for 2. He makes the first. Fisher working on Jackson's behalf with Bennett Salvatore.
And if you're wondering why they're shooting free throws, Al, it's because the ball had not been inbounded, so it's an automatic 2 free throws. And there's Kobe Bryant again attacking the basket. Now, that's a good thing. You want him to do that. What you don't want him to do is try to split and force the action.
And turn the ball over or commit an offensive foul. That foul on Hunter. Game tied at 31, 8:45 to go, first half. Fisher gets it back into O'Neal. Can't get it. Hunter comes away with it. Campbell. Pistons love to force the ball up the floor. One of the reasons is it makes Shaq work that much harder.
Yeah, it's like chopping a tree down. They say it may not give him make a big deal for the first 3 quarters, but by the 4th quarter, they don't think Shaq can keep running.
Hamilton gets free. Back door.
And that's a rare sight that you'll see Rip Hamilton driving towards Shaq and Shaq getting out of the way. But that's because of the 2 fouls.
Bad pass, and it results in nearly a Piston basket, but at least they go to the free throw line.
Well, I tell you, talking to Phil this morning, one of the things, 2 of the things he said we couldn't do is 1, we couldn't make silly fouls. They're making them. 2, he said we cannot turn the ball over and then allow them to get easy buckets. And they are doing it at a high rate right now.
They've turned it over 7 times in the first 16 minutes of the game. Log on to the NBA store, NBA.com. A lot of good stuff right there. NBA.com.
You know, what Phil Jackson is saying is that he believes that his team has actually played good defense, minus the turnovers, which are easy buckets, and the fouls.
Payton comes back in. Kareem Rush departs. Gets the bounce, and Detroit's lead is 4.
And if you're Larry Brown, you like the way your team is playing. You know, they're just out there playing like they play and not thinking about anything else.
Walton drives all the way. Can't get it to drop. And then going to the floor was Eldon Campbell. A 3-on-2 here. Fed underneath. Williamson misses it, but gets it back. Juggles it. Keeps possession. And Hamilton will now start to drive. Williamson. Shot clock in single figures. Hamilton fall away. Couldn't get control of the ball, but got hit and fouled. Payton. Jackson's up, arms folded, in effect thinking to himself, you know what, that's a foul, but they did it to Kobe before and it's not a foul?
That's what I think the Lakers are saying right now. Now, I will say that Derek Fisher and Payton are the 2 trickiest defenders in this league. And I think what Bennett Salvatore is saying, he saw them do something tricky, and I think what he saw them do is tap him on the elbow.
Fisher with 3 fouls now. And Rick Fox comes into the game. So Fox makes his first appearance. And Detroit up by 6 again. So after they had a 6-point lead and the Lakers overcame it, Detroit up 37-31. Walton, too high for Bryant. Trying to time it. Kobe got underneath. Another turnover. And then Detroit throws it away, but it was last touched by the Lakers.
Yeah, that was a fastball lob. You know, usually you're supposed to lob it nice and soft. There was no one quick enough to jump and catch that pass that Luke Walton just threw.
Larry Brown didn't like that possession, and if Larry doesn't like a possession, he doesn't care how hot his team is. He says, timeout. Let's come back and play the right way. They're playing the right way to this point in Game 5 on a night they can win it all. Detroit 37, Los Angeles 31.
The NBA Finals on ABC. Brought to you by Miller. Vote Miller for President of Beers. Good call. The Toyota Tundra Double Cab. Not just big, life size. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. And Universal Pictures, The Chronicles of Riddick. Now in theaters.
Palace of Auburn Hills. About 10 o'clock local time. The Lakers, as play resumes, on the short end of a 7-0 run in the last 147. The second such run in a short period of time for Detroit. And they'll inbound with 19 seconds on the clock. Underneath, Billups, reverse, puts it in. So Chauncey Billups got it in, got it back, and Chauncey Billups now has 8 points. Biggest margin in the game. O'Neal's going to drive. Too hard. Stolen by Bryant. And Bryant, as he's moving down the court, gets fouled by Tayshaun Prince.
I think what they're going to do, Al, is say that Kobe Bryant was ahead of everybody, and they're going to give him a shot and the ball out of bounds.
They were near, close enough to a breakaway.
And there again, on that last replay, you saw another uncontested layup by the Detroit Pistons.
That is the height of frustration. You get, in effect, a free throw, and you can't make it.
And here it is. You know, what they're saying is he had a clear path to the basket. No one was in front of him. He led the pack, so you can't foul. It's a good call.
And then one of the best free throw shooters in the NBA can't drop it. The Lakers inbound it. 6.5 to go first half. Bryant working off an O'Neal screen. Goes all the way, puts it up, and it doesn't go, but it'll go to the line.
See, that's what they want Kobe Bryant to do. And that was terrific execution. They swung the ball to the left, acting like the ball was going to go there. And then Shaq came up from the bottom and gave a terrific pick, which allows Kobe to split and get into the paint. And you can see there the foul on the arm.
Lakers are now 3 out of 4 from the line. Kobe Bryant is the only Laker who has been to the free throw line tonight.
You know what's interesting is Kobe Bryant is the one Laker that has probably been the most surprising that hasn't gone to the line in this series. But to me, the difference is tonight, Kobe Bryant is not settling. He's attacking the basket.
Attacking, and of course the Lakers will tell you on the other side, they're just not getting the calls. But the one thing Jackson didn't do before this game is start to bait the referees through the media. Phil's been pretty quiet about that over the last 48 hours. Or 40 anyway. Yeah, he had to say after game 4. Hamilton misses. Medvedenko back in the game, and
Takes it off the glass.
I think Phil Jackson likes this switch with Kobe Bryant guarding Billups.
Bryant, too hard. Prince, behind the back. Great move to get by Bryant. Does it again and can't get it to drop, but it'll go to the line. 2 behind the back dribbles.
And again, getting all the way to the bucket. Every long rebound, every turnover, the Detroit Pistons have pushed the ball up, and if you don't stop the ball, they're going to continue to go until they get all the way to the bucket.
Prince, who grew up idolizing Kobe Bryant. You know, I say he idolizes Bryant as Okur and James come into the game. There's only a couple of years differential, but Kobe's been playing in the NBA so long. And Tayshaun Prince wound up going to college for 4 years. I guess you become an idol.
Yeah, you do. And Kobe became an idol pretty quickly in this league.
There are guys in their 30s who idolize Kobe. 7-point Detroit lead. 5:40 left in the half. Okur guarding O'Neal, who gets it back from Medvedenko. Puts it up, gets fouled.
See, again, Shaq's being patient. They're moving the ball. They're attacking the basket. I think one point has to be made about this free throw discrepancy, Al. You know, the Lakers led the league in free throw shooting most of the league all year because they led most of the games and teams went to Hack-a-Shaq. They've never had a lead in this series, so the Detroit Pistons really haven't had to go to Hack-a-Shaq, and I think that's one of the big differences in this series.
That's anathema to a purist like Larry Brown as well. He doesn't want to do it. Free throw attempt differential, as you can see, the difference in the finals as opposed to the regular season. In the first 3 rounds, Medvedenko got the rebound after 2 O'Neal misses. Now Bryant puts one up. Kobe stays cold. Bryant is 3 of 10 from the floor. And Payton tries to steal. Can't keep it inbounds.
You know, Bryant is 3 of 10. But most of his shots tonight, in my opinion, have been pretty good. The couple of forced opportunities have led to turnovers. I think as a coach, you have to live with those because he is so creative.
Pistons, meanwhile, are hitting 57% from the field. And since they've been going to the free throw line more often, that's a tough combo to beat. And Ben Wallace is too tough to beat right there, and the lead is 9.
And that's huge. When you're Detroit and you can drop the ball into Ben Wallace and get points out of him, that is huge.
Whistle on the way to the basket.
I mean, one of the things Larry Brown has done since coming to Detroit, he's made Ben Wallace an offensive option. He tells his team to look for him when he's on a post, and he's made Ben Wallace think offense. Ben Wallace a couple of years ago would have never made that move. Now when he gets the ball, he feels pretty comfortable. And you look tonight, he's 3 for 3 with 7 points.
O'Neal makes his first free throw here. He's now 1 out of 3. Lakers had an early 7-point lead. There's Wallace tipping it to himself. Great body control, kept it inbounds with huge hands. Able to paw it. And now Detroit tries to cash it. Wallace. Wow. (44-34). The lead is double digits. Jackson not calling a timeout. Phil believes in conflict resolution. They got a lot to resolve right now. And Kobe got blocked and fouled.
And boy, I tell you, that was close. That was real close. Because Mike James almost got there and slid up under Kobe. I mean, watch his foot and see if he was still moving at the very end. He was. That was an excellent call. But boy, that was close. I think if Mike James didn't try to draw the contact himself, he would have had a charge.
Bryant now 5 out of 6 from the free throw line. Drops them both. Pistons up by 8. Fox picks up Prince in backcourt. James way outside. He provided a big spark for them in just a very short period of time late in the first half the other night. Okur. Mehmet Okur.
And Medvedenko right now, even though he's giving them some offense, is a defensive liability for this Laker basketball team. He's getting scored on from all angles.
And the call here on the Lakers. That's on Shaquille, so that's his third. He picked up 2 early ones, third one here away from the ball.
And so now we have a crisis time right now for the Los Angeles Lakers. They have 3:36. They're down 10 points, and they probably will not see Shaq the rest of this half. This is key.
Jackson left O'Neal in the last game of the Minnesota series, the conference finals, and he picked up a 4th foul in the first quarter. From the corner, in and out from Prince. Medvedenko gets the rebound. So O'Neal on the bench, Malone in street clothes. Fox posting Prince. Turnaround off the glass, and Rick banks it home to make it an 8-point game.
And Rick Fox has been begging to play. You know, one of the points he made, it was pretty interesting. He said, hey, everybody else is playing injured. I would like to play injured also. And, you know, when a player like him asks to come in, it's pretty smart that you see Phil Jackson play him in.
Wow. We're looking every which way. Coffee safe, water safe. But the Lakers are in danger. Pistons lead by 8. Mike Tirico, Byron Scott, and Tom Tolbert upstairs, ready to bring you the Verizon Wireless halftime report. Look at Ben Wallace going right by Medvedenko, putting one in from about 10 feet. And what Ben likes to do before the game, as we know, Doc, is take the big ball, take a bigger ball, and try to make baskets with it. It's kind of like being out on the putting green. You know, you have those tiny little holes.
I knew where you were going.
Of course. Like, we share the same
no
love.
doubt. Same passion. You know, it's funny, too, because that ball was really invented for ball handling. Ben Wallace has turned it into a shooting gimmick, which some guys do use it for that, and it's really paid off for him.
It's working tonight, and there he is again. Big ball, small ball, and that was after they had about half of the 24-second clock to work with on the inbound. 10-point lead. Phil Jackson was telling us earlier today one of the things the Lakers had to do was hold their turnovers to 8 or less. The Lakers have already turned the ball over 9 times in the first half.
And the reason he's saying that is because he says that they played pretty good defense in half court. What they can't do is give Detroit easy buckets, and that's exactly what they've done.
Cook gets doubled in the corner. Nowhere to go with it. 4 on the shot clock. Out to Rush. He's got to shoot. He does at the horn and makes it. Kareem Rush, who was so big in the clinching game against Minnesota, with 6 3-pointers.
Boy, that was a huge bucket, and it was amazing how unrushed Rush was. Did that make sense?
Perfect. Doc, that's why you can't coach. You got to come back here next year. From the corner. A 3-pointer for Okur. Big answer's big. Bryant. Back to Cook. Minute and a half to go in the period.
Well, there is no spacing right now for the Lakers.
And Kobe is the line drive one over Okur and Prince.
I mean, their spacing was so bad. You know, the difference in the first half right now is it looks like the Detroit Pistons offense is executing to a T. And right now the Lakers are scoring almost out of their offense.
Shot is short. Rebound keeps getting tipped
Winds up in the hands of Prince. He'll drive all the way. Brings the house down. The Pistons in this series just eating the Lakers up on the offensive glass.
And that's length and athleticism coming together at the same time on that last possession. The ball stayed up in the air, and they got both.
20-second Laker timeout.
Back in Detroit, 10-point lead for the Pistons. Al, this is what we're talking about. You know, a good drive, but watch, the ball stays up in the air. And if you're longer, quicker, and more athletic, usually you come up with the rebounds, and that's where the Pistons have taken advantage of the Lakers in this series.
Night after night, first time in this series, either team's had a 50-point first half. Bryant puts one up.
Well, I think the Pistons love when he settles. They love when he settles for that fadeaway jump shot, even though it is one of his staple shots. With Tayshaun Prince's length, they will take that shot all game.
Pistons eating up the Laker defense. Okur drives, softly puts it in. And they lead by 12 with Shaq on the bench, Malone and Sivvy. And a game away from elimination. Okur has 7. Medvedenko will drive to the basket and get fouled on his way to the hoop.
You know, in a perfect world, if you're Phil Jackson, you would have loved Medvedenko to back it out and take the final shot and just have a 4-second differential. But you can't pass up layups right now when you're down 12.
Third foul on Okur. Medvedenko makes the first. WNBA coming up Saturday. The Detroit Shock, they are the champions and owned by Bill Davidson, who's seeking this title. He has that title and the Stanley Cup with Tampa Bay. Sacramento is the opposition Saturday. ABC.
Well, I've heard of the Tiger Slam. I guess this would be the Davis Slam if he gets this.
Medvedenko trying to become the first Laker apart from O'Neal and Bryant to go into double figures, and that's a small consolation to Phil Jackson right now because his team is going to go into the locker room trailing in a season in which they were built to win this title.
And this year only.
Because it'll be a different team next year. And the Pistons right now trying to make it a dozen points if they can. And James puts it up and doesn't have it. And they're only a fraction of a second left on the clock. It's the largest halftime lead for either team in the series. The Detroit fell behind by 7 early. They put Shaq on the bench. They caught him. The lead seesawed a little bit. And now Detroit with a great run in the second quarter. They outscored the Lakers 30-21. And Detroit leads 55-45 at the half. We go to Stuart Scott.
Ben Wallace, 11 points. You guys are shooting over 60%. You're the Pistons. You don't shoot 60%. What's going on?
I mean, that's what confidence do for you. You know, we got some stops. We was able to get some clean looks. And tonight, the shots just falling for us.
Why are fast break points? You guys got a bunch of them. Why are they so important for this game?
Because, you know, they got the big fella down inside. And if you slow the game down, allow him to get position, you know, he's going to bang you all night. So we want to get out and make him run a little bit, try to wear him down.
24 minutes away from what could be a championship. What's your biggest concern at halftime?
Just that we don't come out a little bit, you know, over-aggressive. You know, we got to stay poised, continue to execute our offensive set, continue to get stops, and allow the game to come to us.
All right, Ben, appreciate it. Good luck in the second half. Al, let's go back to you.
Thank you, Stuart. The Verizon Wireless halftime report comes your way. The commissioner will be interviewed. David Stern will be along to talk with the guys upstairs as the teams retreat to their respective locker rooms. Detroit is on top 55-45 as they try to win their first title since 1990. Halftime at Auburn Hills.
Live from the Palace of Auburn Hills, it's the Verizon Wireless halftime report from the NBA Finals. Now, your host, Mike Tirico.
You look down at the Palace of Auburn Hills where the Pistons may win a title in Detroit for the first time ever. Ben Wallace, 5 of 5 5 from the field in that first half. Pistons, as Al mentioned, not only a series high, but a playoff high in the first half, 55 points. Some of the sounds of Motown, the Great Temptations, midcourt entertaining the fans who have seen some good moves in the first half from the other guys from Detroit. Here are the Pistons. Welcome to the Verizon Wireless Halftime Report with the coach of the New Orleans Hornets, Byron Scott, and Tom Tolbert, Mike Tirico. Shaquille O'Neal, 3 fouls. Kobe Bryant in early foul trouble. Field goals not going again. The Lakers came with the energy, but the Pistons were able to match it, Byron.
Yeah, they did come with the energy, but I think you got to give Detroit a lot of credit because Detroit came with energy as well, and they executed their game plan to perfection. Offensively, they executed extremely well, and when that ball went up in the air and they got the rebound, they tried to make Shaq get up and down the court, got a lot of easy baskets, and they can continue to be that aggressive. The second half, we'll be celebrating a Detroit Pistons championship tonight.
To that point, with Shaquille O'Neal in the game, the Pistons have scored 2 more points. Tom, when Shaq's been on the bench, the Pistons are +8. Show me why.
Well, because there's a hole in the middle. I mean, when Shaq is in the game, he's in the middle. He's commanding the paint area. When he's not in the middle, you see guys taking advantage of that and getting to the rim. Right here, Rasheed Wallace. Where's the shot blocker? There isn't one. Chauncey Billups knows that. Defense opens up. Take it in the middle. There is no shot blocker. Tayshaun Prince again dishing it off to Ben Wallace. There is no shot blocker. And interestingly enough, if you watch Detroit in the Eastern Conference Finals, this would be a fourth quarter score, 55 points, and you're wondering, how could they do that? Well, it's a Lakers problem they've had all season long. They're not a good defensive squad.
It's the first time in 6 years and a day that a team from the Eastern Conference has been on the floor with a chance to win the title. Jordan and the Bulls, 98. Last time that was the case. Kobe Bryant, 4 of 12 in the first half. He and the Lakers down 10. The commissioner of the NBA, David Stern, joins us live next.
The Verizon Wireless Halftime Report, brought to you by Verizon Wireless, the only wireless provider that allows you to vote for the NBA Finals MVP.
Can you hear me now? Good.
We welcome you back to the Verizon Wireless Halftime Report, live from the Palace of Auburn Hills. Richard Hamilton had 11. He continues to be step-for-step scoring-wise with Kobe Bryant in this series. The Pistons 24 minutes away from a 3rd franchise title. We are joined by the commissioner of the NBA, David Stern, for an annual visit. It's appropriate that we are in this building, David, the building that led the league in attendance in a year when the NBA had more people in the house than ever before.
It's been a great year, and there's no question that Detroit has been at the vanguard. And they have a very young group of fans here. It's fun to see.
There are a million great stories in the NBA. In our couple of minutes, let's just get to some of the hot button issues. And let's start with the comments made by Larry Bird to our colleague Jim Gray during an ESPN interview last week. For those of you who didn't see it, Bird made this comment about white superstars in the league, or lack thereof. I think it's good for a fan base because, as we all know, the majority of the fans are white America. And if you just had a couple of white guys in there, you might get them a little excited, but it's a black man's game. You've always listened to your great players during your tenure to hear what they have to say. They have their finger on the pulse of the league. First, your reaction to Larry's statement.
Well, I listen to them. I don't always agree with them, as great as they may be. I think that was the conventional wisdom when Larry came into the league in 1979. If anything, the last 25 years, the years of Magic and Michael, Kobe, Shaq, this Piston team, our great American fans love winners and people of great talent. You look at Tiger Woods and the like. On this one, Larry's just flat out wrong.
So, in your opinion, does the NBA need a white superstar to help growth of the league?
I don't understand how we could grow it. Our ratings we're up. Our attendance is up. Our sponsorship is up. Everything is up. On this one, again, Larry is wrong. Great player and evaluator of talent, though he may be.
Speaking of ratings, a topic we covered last year, ratings for the finals have been great. A lot of people are watching. Certainly the presence of the Lakers, your flagship franchise, for lack of a better word, helps that. Do you worry, though, that when the Lakers aren't in, it's a notch below in ratings, in excitement for fans? Is this league too Laker-dependent for success right now?
I don't think so. I think that the East, you know, ESPN set an all-time basketball record with the Pacers and the Pistons.
The clinching game, most watched.
I think that we're really seeing a transition. Obviously, people love the Lakers and love to hate the Lakers, and maybe there's a bump. But this you don't have the attendance that we have, the overall ratings that we have, and everything else that goes with success with just one team.
Let me ask you about the Olympics. 8 or 9 players, for a variety of legitimate reasons, have pulled out of the games in Athens in August. You helped save USA basketball by the Dream Team concept. Do you feel in any way a responsibility to get more of your players to go to the Olympics down the line past Athens?
We didn't save USA basketball. They were doing fine. The fact of the matter is that FIBA and the IOC asked us to release our players, and we agreed to. And I think it's great that our players have the right to participate in the Olympics and the right not to.
But the Dream Team certainly put Olympic basketball in a far different stratosphere.
Absolutely,
right.
But that was really one of a kind. I think that we're going to have a very good team. I certainly think it's up to the individual, but obviously we would like to participate in fielding the strongest possible team. But no arm twisting here.
No arm twisting from you?
No arm twisting.
Age limit. We talked about it last year. You said in a great world, you'd like to see an age limit of 20, perhaps, in the collective bargaining agreement. If that would have been in this year, LeBron James, who's given the league as great a blip in interest as anyone, wouldn't have been in the league. Did it change your opinion at all if there should be an age limit or not?
No, because I know that players can play at a younger age. But if that were the case, then there's a great 14-year-old player I know. Maybe we should have him. It isn't about the player who can play. It's about the impact of playing in the NBA on kids who are bouncing the ball at the age of 10 and 11, think they're coming to us, and the increasing number of youngsters who are going to declare because their friends are telling them how good they are, and they're going to fall out. Finally, there's a business reason. In some ways, teams are using their draft picks, and I think they should also have the ability to make certain judgments on more than just potential.
Last question. It's been 13 months since Michael Jordan has been directly attached to an NBA franchise.
Michael.
Remember him, Michael, 23 guy?
Oh, yeah, I know him.
Is there anything in the works? Do you think there's anything that might happen in the next 6 months that Michael will be back with a team?
There's something that's going to happen. I'm not going to put a time limit on it. Michael is traveling the world, doing quite well, but also using his very practiced eye on the business sense to see if there's an opportunity for franchise ownership.
Any places you'd like to mention with us right now?
No.
Okay.
But thank you for asking.
No problem. Thank you for coming up. Great to see you, David. Maybe we'll see you at the trophy presentation if it happens after the second half. Ben Wallace has done his part to do that. Wallace went 8 of 10 in the clinching game against the Nets in the Eastern Conference second round. He's 5 of 5 tonight. Detroit leads by 10. Alan Dock have half 2 coming up right after this.
This halftime report presented by Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you. The second half is next after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Can you hear me now? Good.
The Pistons win the NBA title. Full coverage after the game.
Second half ready to begin. Detroit up by 10 points at the Palace. Al Michaels with Doc Rivers, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott. A lot of different things we can talk about, but again, one of the things, Doc, is the fact that the Pistons are having their way against that Laker defense. Lakers started out pretty good, defending almost every shot, and then all of a sudden they became a sieve again.
And that's been a staple of this series. All series long, the Lakers have come out and played defense for, you know, a quarter or maybe a couple of possessions, but they haven't been able to maintain it throughout the games. And this is what you see when the Lakers don't play defense. You see layup after layup after layup. And this is not just this game. It's been the entire series. They're running on all cylinders, 61% from the field, 10 layups, 3 of those are dunks, 11 points from Ben Wallace, who's not an offensive player, and they've had a ton of wide open shots that don't even count as layups.
26 points from not only in the paint, but you're in the easel, I guess, at that point. I mean, you're right there. Layups, dunks, you know, and the Lakers are right now in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I will say this, though. Shaq left, they're down 10. He comes back, they're still down 10. I think that's significant.
Back he comes at the start of the second half. We go to Stewart.
Al, I asked Larry Brown what he told his team about making this just one simple half of basketball. And he said, I really told them, just keep doing what you're doing. Do your job and you'll be fine. But then he smiled and he said, but I did tell them, enjoy this. And I told them several times. For a report of the Lakers, let's go to Michelle Tafoya.
Stuart, as I was standing outside the Laker locker room during halftime, something very unusual happened. A Laker official came out of the locker room and shushed people in the hallway. Things were obviously getting tense inside that locker room. Kurt Rambis told me players were attentive. We're overplaying guys on D. We're allowing them to penetrate. Back to you guys.
And this begins, the second half does, with a Rasheed Wallace three-pointer.
Boy, and that's a big one. I know it's early in the second half. Rasheed Wallace really didn't get involved in the first half, and Larry Brown came out of the halftime making sure that Rasheed Wallace touched the ball.
Here's O'Neal. And the Lakers will need a lot of that.
I was going to say, Phil Jackson came out, and he said, make sure Shaq touches the ball.
Shaq had a little bit of rest because of the foul trouble in the first half. And again, Ben Wallace takes the rebound away.
And he's just quicker to the ball. That's what you keep seeing in this series. The Pistons are just quicker to the basketball.
Prince. Wallace has to come out. Wallace is going to drive all the way. Payton back to the Lakers. Medvedenko. Here's Bryant in the corner. Medvedenko is open from inside the arc and misses.
You notice how Medvedenko came out and he made those 3 shots. And since then, he has really struggled. He's starting to hesitate. You know, that's the difference between a great player and just an average player. The average player will make a couple, but when he misses, he loses his confidence. A great guy, great player will keep shooting.
Prince short, but again, they keep it alive, and Ben Wallace gets the assist on the Hamilton layup.
That was a great example of what I've been talking about that last play. A loose ball. Shaq reacts, so does Ben Wallace, but Ben Wallace is quicker to the ball.
Now Bryant, and Bryant gets fouled. That one is on Tayshaun Prince. That'll be his first.
I mean, I want you to look at this. You see Shaq and Ben both go to it. Ben gets it quicker, and that causes a layup. Second shots and free throws have killed the Lakers in this series.
Devin George has that swatted out of his hands and out of bounds. 11 on the clock as the Lakers inbound. Medvedenko started 3 for 3. He's now 4 of 8. Payton having trouble getting it in, just does. Bryant, 7 on the 24. Kobe goes all the way, left hand stuck.
So Kobe Bryant has come this evening and done what he should do, and that's attack the basket. Shaquille O'Neal getting in foul trouble hurt the Lakers. The key for the Lakers in this half is Shaq staying on the floor.
And playing some defense. Wallace working on Medvedenko. Puts it up. And there again, I have never seen anybody with the instincts of Ben Wallace. He knows exactly where to be.
And he's quicker than everyone else on the floor.
I mean, how far do you have to go back in the NBA annals, Doc, to think of a guy who knew exactly where to be like that?
Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, you didn't have to go back that far, I guess. Well, I was hoping you'd go back to, you know, like Arnie Rison or somebody. Here's Devin George. Tapped out. George sending it around the rim, a 360. The Lakers with a fresh 24 as O'Neal with Wallace on him. Turns on him. Puts it up. Doesn't get the bounce, but gets fouled. And that one on Rasheed Wallace is his third.
And you can see this here. What they're saying is Rasheed Wallace hit with his arms and his body. I think Rasheed Wallace is thinking right now, I think I was hit with Shaq's body and arms.
Shaq 1 out of 4. He has 9 points in the game. Now 1 out of 5 from the free throw line. Lakers have taken 14 free throws tonight, made 9. Pistons 18. and made 14. Misses 2 here, and Larry Brown saying before the game goes, he said, you know, we got to beat him at the foul line. But tonight they're beating him from the foul line and from the open court. Oh, beautiful pass to Hamilton, and then Devin George comes in for the foul.
What a great cut by Rip Hamilton. He created the entire play with his movement. I mean, just take a look. Watch him start it out. He goes over. He changes speed. He stops. Payton goes over top. He back cut, and he gets to the bucket. I tell you, he's the guy that you would not enjoy guarding. He's like a hyperactive kid. Redland.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Madison cabinet, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's like a parent chasing a precocious.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You can take them to the doctor, but in the NBA you can't.
Right. 12-point lead. Now 13, 8:25 remaining in the third. When the Pistons have a double-digit lead, they're as tough as anybody to beat because of their great defense. And then Bryant loses it on his way to the basket and looks back at Joey Crawford, the referee. Three-pointer coming up for Hamilton. Rimmed it out. Payton has 2 points tonight. George passes up the 3, sends it into Shaq, and he has the easy layup. O'Neal now goes into double figures with 11 points.
You know, it's an 11-point game. And now I get the sense that the Lakers are still in this game.
Doc, my sense is 3 months ago they'd really be in the game, but I'm not sure right now. And a 24-second violation. I say that only because of the dominance of the Pistons in the series. The Lakers keep living on the edge. They've taken themselves right to the precipice right now. Phil Jackson has to mix and match and play a makeshift lineup. And Larry Brown is making all the right calls.
Well, you really have. But when you look at this game right here, I'm looking at the way the Lakers are playing. They look like they're aggressive. They're taking it to the bucket. They're drawing fouls in the half. They might have a chance of getting penalty first in this quarter, which would be different. I tell you, this game is becoming really dangerous for the Pistons.
They called that on Rasheed Wallace. You saw Ben Wallace put his arm up as if to say, call it on me. And they've called it on Rasheed, so well, that's 4 on him.
Yeah, and because it was on Rasheed. And what Ben Wallace was trying to do was sell to his team or to the refs that the foul was on me.
No
so this
sale.
is the first time now that Rasheed Wallace has gotten in trouble in the second half.
Right. So he picks up his 4th with 19 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the game. And O'Neal picks a pretty good time for the Lakers to make both. Single digits now, 9-point game. Double teamed in backcourt. And Devin George runs away and goes, come on, we had him. They call it on George. And Billups goes down as George picks up his 3rd foul.
You know, it's funny. Billups looks down and said he slipped on the play, yet the foul was called already.
Phil Jackson has never lost 3 playoff games in a row. They'll have to pull one out here to keep the series alive. Hamilton. Ben Wallace went high in the air. Prince couldn't put it in, and O'Neal fights for the rebound and has it. And the foul is called on Tayshaun Prince.
And now the Lakers are starting to amount the fouls. They're going to have a chance to be in penalty.
That's 4, so 1 more, and the Lakers will go to the line for the rest of the quarter. 6.5 to play. Payton, little fall away, doesn't go. Ben Wallace with the rebound.
That used to be Peyton's staple move. And you can see most of those shots now are front of the rim, which indicates tired legs. And guard Rip Hamilton will do that.
Hamilton can't get there, but Campbell does.
Rip Hamilton calls that play with the dribble penetration.
O'Neal. Ben Wallace cleans the glass again. 10 rebounds for Wallace.
And that was not a good possession for the Lakers.
Prince. Wallace is going to drive and gets fouled. 5:35. We'll go to the line when we come back on the other end of this break. The Pistons up by 11 at Auburn Hills.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
The NBA Finals on ABC, brought to you by Coors Light. Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light. Nike. And Walt Disney Pictures. Around the world in 80 days starts tomorrow.
Aerial coverage tonight provided by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company with new Assurance tires. Down at the Palace, NBA Finals MVP. You at home can be part of the process. There's the deal. 622 on your Verizon wireless phone. Crowd got into it with Jack Nicholson. They would show him, and then Kid Rock on the other hand. Yay boo, and all that stuff.
He might be the coolest celebrity on the circuit.
Jack? Had a lot of practice.
Yes, he has.
And he's a great guy.
Now, I'm looking at the Laker lineup. Phil Jackson told us one of the things that he might do is go small. And I think he used the word ultra small, and he's done it. Brian Russell right now is in the game at the power forward position.
Michelle, what went on in the huddle?
Well, a couple things. Phil Jackson came right to the guys and said, you cannot give them rebounds. The rest of the timeout, he said, we've got to get stops, and he reminded them we have to play right through the foul calls. Don't throw your arms, don't shoot looks, don't talk to the refs. Your only recourse is to play through the fouls. Play defense with your feet, not with fouls, guys.
That's it. You go to all of the fuel left in the tank. Brian Russell in the game, and again, this is where the Lakers have come in a situation where Malone can't play. In a desperation game, you go to a guy, Brian Russell, who has played so little over the last 2 months. Bryant drives, jams one home, 10-point game.
Yeah, this is the first sign that this Laker team is looking for something.
Billups. Open in the corner. Prince misses. Phil Jackson's like a manager in an elimination game in the World Series, as Devin George can't hit what would have been a big one, and Wallace gets the rebound. If you're faced with elimination in the World Series, you'll use every pitcher, every player, and Jackson's done that tonight. They have 12 guys. One is in civvies. That's Malone. They've used the other 11. Prince drives, softly throws it in.
I'm watching that possession. The Lakers players didn't know who they had. They got mixed up because no one knew who was guarding who, and that's why Tayshaun Prince got all the way to the basket.
And that's what's going to happen when you play a quintet that has played so little together. O'Neal starts to go to the hoop. Bernie Fryer calls a foul. Even if it's not a shooting foul, they're still in the penalty here.
Look at this. Look at guys running around. They don't know what they had. Two guys runs here. Shaq has to try to help. I mean, in a game like this, when you come off the bench, you must communicate with each other. I have Rasheed, you have him, and you have to play. That didn't happen, and that just gave up 2 points.
And the Pistons, such heavy underdogs before the series, are the team right now playing probably as cohesively as they have all season.
You know, you're right. One of the things I've noticed in this series is whenever you hear a Piston player talk, he knows exactly what he is supposed to do. When you hear a Laker player talk, he sounds like he's guessing and talking about what they should do.
O'Neal missing both free throw attempts. He's 3 out of 10. The Lakers are 11 of 19. Van Wallace over Brian Russell.
That's what happens when you go small. Now
Larry
there's a
Brown,
small
Shelly
guy
Brown.
on Ben Wallace.
Kobe loses the ball. There's no foul in the lane. Here's Billups on a drive. Got it. Goes to the line.
The Detroit Pistons are smelling the golden ball, and they're going for it right now.
Shelly Brown. A 17-point lead. O'Neal. Bryant. Give and take with Shaq. Goaltender.
Ben Wallace did that on purpose, Al. He knew it was going in. He wants to show the intimidation factor of the Detroit Pistons. This reminds me of Patrick Ewing against Villanova. Just knock it out to scare him. He didn't care.
He got the gong anyway from upstairs. The Gong Show. Billups throws the ball away. Billups is going to contend that it was touched by a Laker.
I thought it was deflected, to be honest. You know,
from our angle,
it really looked like it was deflected.
Ball took an erratic hop. Lakers now. Bryant outside. Payton has the ball. Looks Kobe's way. Goes inside to Shaq. Slam dunk. 72-59. Under 3 to go in the third. Larry Brown a little nervous again.
Well, I think they're going to be nervous until it's all zeros on the clock. But right now,
Larry will be, yeah.
They're playing good basketball.
Prince.
I tell you, Tayshaun Prince has been more aggressive than I've ever seen him, and Devin George has just picked up a technical foul. Terrible time.
In addition to a personal foul. Fourth foul on him. 2:36 remaining in the third. Detroit by 13. McDonald's NBA Finals summary. O'Neal tonight 17, Bryant 18. But the story has been Detroit's defense again. And Ben Wallace with 13 rebounds and 14 points. So he's done it on both ends. The technical foul will come after the personal foul on George, who looks over at Bernie Fryer and gets teed up.
Yeah, and he earned the technical. There's no doubt about it. And right now at this point in the game, when your team is down 13 points, now 14 points, you can't afford to give up any free buckets. I don't think Phil Jackson was real happy about that technical foul, and that's why you see Devin George with that towel and sitting down.
But there's nothing that Phil can do about it at this point. He's done all of the politicking and all of the carrying on, the manipulating that he could. Too late now. Here's Stewart.
Al, Larry Brown is a consummate coach, even with this team dominating the game, a double-digit lead. The last time out, he told these guys, hey, this game is not over. We got to finish this quarter the right way. No wasted possessions, Al.
Here's O'Neal. Can't get it. Larry Brown grew up in a Jewish family. He was born in Brooklyn and grew up in New York. His mom is 99. And I think his mom taught him, Larry, don't give yourself a Kenahara, which means don't say something prematurely. And so Larry has always lived that way. And Larry right now is not giving himself a Kenahara.
No, he's not. And more importantly, he's making sure that his team knows that. Rip Hamilton was hit in the face on that last possession. It was an accident, but he was definitely hit in the face, right in the nose, it looked like, by Gary Payton. Watch the arm, bam. That's why you wear that mask. It's safer over here, Al.
Doc, it's safer over here than on the bench. That's what I keep telling you. 7 seconds on the timer. Billups. Here's Campbell free. Got it with O'Neal coming all the way out on him. Campbell went down. He thought he was fouled.
Everything is falling right now.
And a double technical now. Hamilton and Payton carrying on with each other.
Well, that's the next step. You know, when you're getting dominated, the next step is to try to do other things. Verbally get into it. See if you can throw them off this way, because no other way has worked thus far. And I love what Larry Brown is doing. He's going to take Rip Hamilton off the floor because he wants him to get it together, and he's thinking, listen, Rip, this game is not over.
Lindsey Hunter comes into the game. Kobe Bryant will bring the ball up the floor. Bryant, 18 points tonight, 6 out of 15 from the field. O'Neal into the corner. Three-pointer here. Russell misses. Lakers keep it alive. Payton. Fox now. Shaq works it back out. Payton tries for a three. Nothing drops. Prince gets the rebound.
See, that's a sign of desperation. You had guys who could have chosen to put the ball on the floor. Now they're trying to catch up with the three-pointer. That is not going to get the Lakers back in this game. The Detroit Pistons are playing the right way. They just continue to execute their offense, move the ball, be patient, and get their shots. And they're killing the Lakers defensively right now with their offense.
Fox picks up his first foul. The Pistons this season holding 11 opponents in the regular season under 70 points. Fisher comes back in. In Larry Brown's 20-year career, coming into the season, his teams have held opponents under 70 a total of 10 times. He did it more in 1 year than in 20 years.
It's been one of the more dominating defensive performances of all time. And in the playoffs, maybe of all time.
And their backs were to the wall in the Jersey series. And they came back to win 6 and 7. Bryant from
another
outside.
Three. That's the third straight three.
Now Bryant will drive, hang in the lane, nothing goes, and Ben Wallace with the rebound.
The Lakers have the look of this. We tried, we couldn't do it, we're not good enough, and now you can see them slowly deteriorate in front of your eyes.
Kobe Bryant with the foul.
But I got to make the point again. This is not the Lakers playing poorly. This is the Detroit Pistons playing great. It's a big difference.
As we said at the top of the show, when you have an upset of this magnitude, people say, well, how did they do it? And normally, you know, it's whether it's baseball or hockey or basketball or football, there's always something that happens. You get a break, the ball bounces the right way, the goalie makes a stop. But with the Pistons, it's just that, as we said at the beginning, they're playing better. They're the better team. Bryant missing. Campbell. Billups.
Look at the ball movement. Look at the patience. Everybody's touching the ball, even on a fast break.
And the Pistons right now look like a fresh horse. Well rested, running, flying down the floor, and the Lakers look like they're totally innovative. Wallace has 10 rebounds in this quarter. He has 15 in the game.
You know, every single game there's been a different guy. Chauncey Billups was dominant in one game. Rip Hamilton was dominant in one game. Rasheed Wallace was dominant in one game. And now tonight is Ben Wallace. You know, when you start thinking about MVP, I don't know if you can give it to one person. I think this should be a team MVP. I don't know if that's possible, but you have to think about it.
They've got to give it to an individual according to the rules that I'm aware of.
Change the rules.
Yeah. Give it to a coach, too.
Yeah, they could. They really could.
Fourth foul on Okur. O'Neal at the line is 3 out of 10. Stewart, yours.
Al, Rip Hamilton just came back in the game. You saw him, he caught that blow to the face, but that face guard he's wearing, it's worth $2,500. The reason he's wearing it, he's broken his nose twice this year already. The doctor said if he has another one, he'd have to miss the rest of the season. What happens when he gets hit, all of the brunt of the blow goes against the forehead and the chin, so he is okay.
Wow. Coast to coast with no one stopping the ball. Before this series, we said if the Lakers didn't play defense, they would not win this series. The Lakers have not played defense.
And it's so loud, and they're so inexperienced as a unit out on the floor, they couldn't even get a shot away at the end of 3. Detroit on top, 82-59. The whole Brown family. Brother Herb in the middle, Shelley at the bottom. And the Pistons are 12 minutes away from a title. Doc Rivers, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott. Fourth quarter begins. William Davidson, whose WNBA team, the Shaq, won last season's title, who owns the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they have the Stanley Cup. That man's had a pretty good year.
Boy, I tell you.
Lindsey Hunter starts the fourth quarter with a steal.
Not one Laker cross half court.
Shaq on the bench as we start the period.
If you watch right now, Al, if you watch the body language, the movement, who do you think is winning and losing right now? The way the Pistons are playing, if you turn the game on right now, you would think, boy, they must be down. They're playing desperate.
But they've been playing at the same pace. They have controlled the pace. And it's the Lakers who look always a step behind. Kobe goes to the hoop and gets fouled in the lane. Wallace. For Larry Brown, trying to become the first guy to do that. He won the NCAA crown at Kansas in 1988. Danny Manning was his key guy. He also coached UCLA to the national championship game in 1980.
He was here with the Philadelphia 76ers in the NBA championship. Larry Brown, everywhere he's gone, his team has improved. The San Antonio Spurs.
He normally takes reclamation projects. I mean, this is a guy who got the Los Angeles Clippers into the playoffs.
Hey, I was a part of that team.
Despite Doc Rivers being on the roster.
He did it in sweater.
Ben Wallace. He'll tip it back in himself over Bryant Cook.
This has been a dominating performance this entire series. And you're right, Al. You can make the point that the Lakers are very lucky to be playing tonight.
You get the feeling, the way this is going, that these teams could play 10 more games and the Lakers might not win one. I mean, it's been that dominant.
Look at this.
Walton to Rush. Hamilton on Fisher. It's almost like the party has started with 10:32 still left in the game.
Yeah, the party has started. There is no doubt about it. Every long rebound of Pistons releases and gets a fast break. And it's been one-on-one fast break basketball for the Pistons. And I said fast break basketball for the Pistons. The party has started.
Doc, you may be the last coach ever hired under 60 years old. You know, when you think about what's happened since 2000, Dick Vermeil at 63 became the oldest coach to win a Super Bowl. Scotty Bowman, 68, the oldest coach to win a Stanley Cup. He only won 9. Jack McKeon, 72, won the World Series last year. And Larry Brown, who looks about 50 but is 63 years old, is on the verge of becoming the oldest to win an NBA title.
Well, all I have to say is I hope I don't have to wait 23 years to win a title.
Doc will keep this season warm for you, baby. Kobe goes, oh, and Kobe's hurt. Bryant this season, of course, in addition to Colorado, was also hurt on a couple of occasions, missed about 15 games. At one point, it looked like he wrenched his shoulder to the point he'd be out for a couple of months. Instead, he was only out for a week or so.
Yeah, I think he missed one game.
Yeah.
It's still not healed. You know, when you talk to the team doctors, he may have to have surgery. They don't know after the season is over. The team is definitely going to have surgery.
The team is going to have major surgery. Talking to Mitch Kupchak, the general manager today, as Wallace comes back in. Hunter goes out. There will be no offseason for the Laker brass. And what about Phil? And what about Shaq? Now, Shaq's under contract. So unless they trade him,
which will not happen ever.
If they won't trade him, they won't trade him?
I don't see that ever happening. I think the number one thing is what Phil Jackson does. Number two is what Kobe does. And you can put that one or two any way you want it. And then it gets down to Karl Malone and Gary Payton and what they do. And then it gets to Kupchak. And what is he going to do to change this basketball team?
Prince. And that's without even mentioning the most important matter in Kobe's life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all moot unless he's acquitted.
You know the
what
first
about Malone, too?
Yeah, Karl Malone, Gary Payton. Wow. The first thing that stands out watching this Laker team play is, you know, it was nice getting Karl Malone, and it was nice getting Gary Payton. But what this team needs is outside shooting in the worst way, because the Detroit Pistons have been able to sag and clog up the paint and haven't had to pay a penalty for it. So I think what you'll see with Mitch Kupchak is they're going to go out and search for shooters.
They got sporadic outside shooting this season, i.e. Fisher. Rasheed misses a 3, and Rush's big game, but not consistently. 8:41. It's on ice. In the back as Detroit leads by 25. In a Gatorade bucket. Go figure. Aerial coverage tonight being provided by Goodyear as you look down upon what from that angle is a very placid round Palace of Auburn Hills just sitting out there in the middle of a parking lot.
It looks calm.
Yeah. Inside, a different story. We're talking about the Lakers. Phil Jackson, the first guy they have to talk about. Bryant, Payton, Malone, and Fisher can opt out. Payton can opt to stay. I mean, he's already under contract, so it's his call there. Fox maybe retires. You don't know. The other guys with expiring contracts.
You know, Phil Jackson said something interesting, because all along I have told you and I believe that he would not come back. You asked him this morning if they lost, would that change his decision? And he said yes, it probably would.
Yeah.
That makes you think if they lose, which they are going to, he may come back and try to get this right. That would surprise me.
As you know, though, in every sentence, you know, Phil goes from here to there. You know, he's like Enya.
I still think
it's Moonlight on the Ocean is swept around, or whatever the lyrics are. But it's like you walk away and you go, huh?
I still think he quits this year. I don't think he retires, though. I do believe we'll see him coach again, but not with the Lakers again.
Here's O'Neal. You know, Phil, he understands he had a chance here to become the winningest coach, not only in NBA history in terms of championships, but eclipse all other coaches and managers in the 4 major sports. Is it huge to him? I mean, he can live without it, but it was important to him. He made that pretty obvious as we talked to him throughout the course of the season.
It absolutely was. He also said something that surprised me. I didn't know he was keeping count, that they could catch the Celtics in banners.
Yes.
That upset me, too.
Doc, you can do something about it.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
16-14 is the Laker-Celtic rivalry right now, with Boston up by 2. Billups using the clock. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, Doc, Detroit, a much younger team, and as the Lakers will end their season unraveling in this series, Detroit ends it on a high note, and they just add exclamation point after exclamation point. Ben Wallace. Rebounds for Wallace. Walton missing. So Detroit with a young team, not that they're not going to go out and try to revamp. Every team does. I mean, San Antonio won the title last year, changed 6 of the 12. Minnesota had a pretty good year last year, changed 9 of the 12 and got better.
Well, you know, the difference here is that Joe Dumars has done such a great job. If this goes in, my goodness. I mean, we would have had to leave the building.
Doc, the crowd is already wrung out.
Yes. But Joe Dumars has done such a great job with his team. He's not going to have to make a lot of changes. You know, they have to sign Rasheed Wallace, which I think they will. The mimic O'Poole is going to be a big thing, whether they can keep him or not. Other than that, this team will look very much the same. And don't forget about the rookie that didn't play this year. He will be a factor in the near future for this Pistons team.
Darko Milicic talking about.
You know, I couldn't remember his name because he hadn't played all year.
There he is. We just call him Darko, yeah.
The one thing he has to remove is those band-aids from his ear. He was piercing his ear. In the Eastern Conference Finals, they got infected. So now he has to walk around with band-aids on his ear. So he has to learn some things. There's no doubt about it.
He needs a valet is what he does.
Oh, my goodness.
Or a good girlfriend.
You know, Larry Brown said something really interesting about him. You know, he's so young. He's only 18 years old. Does he know how important the World Championship is? He said he might know more about the World Cup than the World Championship.
Rasheed Wallace on a turnaround.
But I'm going to say this again. I look at this Detroit Pistons team. Chauncey Billups was given up on. Ben Wallace was said that he couldn't be a factor. Rip Hamilton have been moved. Rasheed Wallace, they remind you of the Oakland Raiders. You know, Joe Dumars has looked at guys of castaways and have put them together and has turned this group into a terrific team.
Rasheed being one of the guys. I mean, he was the walking technical foul, but he's been a choir boy in the playoffs and a very positive influence with his team, and a guy Brown wanted, and Dumars as well. Larry still coaching every possession. He's the coach's coach.
And the reigning champion Detroit Shock take on the Sacramento Monarchs. The WNBA on ABC. Saturday at 4 Eastern.
Can you adore me?
The NBA Finals on ABC. Brought to you by Miller. Vote Miller for President of the Years. Good call. And Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
That's a man who has a championship wrapped up, Doc, in the fourth quarter of Game 5, coaching every possession.
And you know it's awesome to watch him because obviously he wants to win the championship, but he's so much about the game of basketball. He's a teacher. He wants them to play the right way all the time. He's going to coach until 0-0-0-0 is on the clock.
Rush. I'll tell you a guy getting a big kick out of this right now. Dean Smith.
I'll tell you another one. Red Auerbach.
Yes. Red's lighting up a cigar. If you don't follow basketball, you just watch. Red Auerbach's record was in jeopardy. Red is a very proud man.
Yes, he is.
Red loves that record. And Red and Phil have had long-distance barb fest. On the other hand, we're talking about Larry Brown playing for Dean Smith at North Carolina, knowing Dean for all of those years, in contact with him all the time, never calls him Dean. That's the coach.
Yes.
Doc, can I call you next year, like during the week, and you can give me some lines and I can read them on the air?
Anytime. But I'll be watching you, I'll tell you that.
Shaq on the bench. Dean Smith and John Wooden, two of a kind, of course.
Look at that.
In college basketball annals. The young Larry Brown. People forget Larry Brown was a hell of a basketball player.
Was.
And for Larry, the negatives to Larry, and there are some people who don't like him because he's moved around so much in Philadelphia. Some fans felt he deserted them. Larry does have a little wanderlust in him. There's no question about it. It's maybe the pursuit of perfection as Cook makes that shot. It could be a lot of different things. But he is a guy, as his brother Herb said to me the other night, you know, we'll be driving around. He'll see kids playing on a playground. He wants to get out of the car and coach them.
No doubt. You know, when I was with the Clippers and Larry Brown coached me, we would play one-on-one games after practice. Larry would come back out on the floor and stop us because we didn't pivot the right way. So we left practice and we went somewhere else to play the game.
Crowd looking for 100, and they're going to get it sooner or later because they still have 3:44 to play. And of all crazy things in this series, could you have ever figured Detroit would win in a blowout? The Lakers would need a near miracle to win the only game they win, and Detroit would wind up in triple figures in a blowout deciding game.
You know, Al, I'm going to go back to our first game here. And we said in this series that if the Detroit Pistons scored between 85 and 90 points, they would win because they will never give up 90 points. I'm looking up at the scoreboard right now. The Pistons have 98 points, and the Lakers have 72. So as great as the Detroit Pistons defense has been, it's still been about the Lakers not playing defense in this series, or maybe not able to play defense because everyone underestimated the Pistons offense.
They know now. You saw Shelly Brown. Shelly and Larry will get about 11 minutes to exult. Larry's going to coach the Olympic team.
Yeah.
So he's going to go into a draft situation next week with this team. He's going to have a parade and all of that. Then he's got to start getting the Olympic team together. Then they have a camp. Then they go to Germany to play. Then they go to Athens, of course, for the Olympics. Then he comes back and he plays about 2 rounds of golf and he goes back to training camp.
Yeah, and they're in another, as Shaq called it, a half-team situation. And, you know, an HAFTO situation, because he had to get this team to the finals after they made the switch to Rick Carlisle. Now he's taking the dream team, and he has to win the gold medal.
2:56 remaining in the fourth. We're counting down to a celebration in Motown. NBA Finals on ABC Sports.
Let's play. When the battles begin, you never know where the heroes will come from.
NBA Finals, Sunday night on ABC. The Chronicles of Riddick.
Back here at the Palace with a reminder, you can vote for the NBA Finals MVP by sending the text message NBA to the number 622 using your Verizon wireless phone, or log on to NBA.com. You better hurry, because the MVP will be announced in the trophy presentation, which comes up right after the game. Byron Scott, Tom Tolbert, who's the MVP?
I think Chauncey Billups is MVP, hands down.
And I think if there were ever a year you'd want to give the MVP to an entire team, this would be it. Chauncey Billups.
The Patriots coming out before the Super Bowl will be out on the floor for the trophy presentation, the MVP presentation, as the champagne is on ice and about ready to be opened. First Pistons championship won here in Detroit, Al.
Okay, Mike, and you know, it's well put about the MVP. There is no clear-cut guy. I'd vote for Billups, too. I think he's been phenomenal. Ben Wallace has been fantastic tonight.
Yeah, you know what? It's such a tough vote. And I'm going to vote for Ben Wallace because this team is all about defense, and he's the anchor. And even though Billups has had better offensive games, Ben Wallace has been a factor throughout this series, which is presence. And I think I have to go with him.
This is the kind of election that's so close, there'll be a bunch of dangling chads at the end of it because there's no clear-cut guy.
It should be a team MVP.
And we talked about it on the pregame show, Doc. When you think about these Pistons, there won't be one guy who comes to mind. You'll think about a collection of guys. It won't be Michael Jordan's Bulls or Shaq and Kobe's Lakers or Duncan and Robinson's Spurs. This is different.
It is.
So it's refreshing, too.
Yeah, you could vote for Joe Dumars. I mean, the trade before the trade deadline, bringing Rasheed Wallace to the Pistons swung the title to the Pistons.
That is, I'm thinking about that. You're right.
Yeah.
You are right.
And now I got to tell you, this has been a great year for me. I'm trying to stay composed. I really am. I've been a player. I'm going to coach the Celtics, and now I can say that I've done the NBA Finals with Al Michaels, Michelle Tafoya, and Stuart Scott, and Al, this is so amazing. For me, it's been amazing. It's been awesome.
Doc, you're so kind as Tayshaun Prince comes off, and Larry will bring the guys off one by one. Doc, I look at it this way. The way you started at Orlando, we had to get you off the street.
Yes, you did.
And thanks for, and I had a blast this year with you.
Thank you very much.
Kobe Bryant, there's Chauncey Billups, Okur. Larry Brown doing everything he can now to get everybody to come off the floor as they reach triple figures. Get the individual acclaim. And why not? The Pistons are going to wind down the playoffs with some good defensive play. their trademark, their hallmark. Again, those quick hands. James, Darko.
I think he'll get the rest of the shots, the rest of this game.
Fisher makes it from outside. So this Piston team, which has really captured this area, and they love this style of play. So Hockey Town, USA is going to become Hoops Town, USA in about 1 minute and 12 seconds.
But you know, it's such a blue-collar team that fits this city. All you heard from them is punching the clock, you know, one more shift, paycheck time. I mean, this is such a blue-collar basketball team that you can make the case like the Lakers and, you know, the LA Lakers fit LA. This Detroit Pistons team really fits the city.
Hamilton can take that mask off for the final time. Rasheed Wallace is going to win his first title. What a bizarre, just a bizarre end of the league. I'm looking at the shots. Bryant, O'Neal, Jackson, Malone in street clothes, Payton. And of all crazy things, this team, which always seemed to come up with the clutch play or the divine play when they needed it, will end it like this.
Well, they lived on the edge, Al, and against the Detroit Pistons, you can't live that way. I will say this. It would be ironic if Karl Malone ends his career in street clothes, since he played every game for the most part his entire career.
Sure. And if Phil Jackson ends his career losing for the only time in the finals, he'll be 9-1 here.
You know what I love, though? When they signed Karl Malone and Gary Payton, everybody assumed that, well, they just had won a title. If you're a team sport guy, it gives every kid in the world a message. No matter who's on your team, you still have to earn it. And that's what this title is all about.
We started the first game, I said to you, you know, you have to run the race. You got to play the game. The day before, Birdstone had beaten Smarty Jones.
He did it again.
We said that the Pistons have a better chance to beat the Lakers than Birdstone had.
He's still running.
They're going to win the middle 3 games, something that no team has done at home since they went back to a 2-3-2 format in '85. There was actually a time in the mid-50s, believe it or not, when a home team won all 3 games in the middle. It was the Pistons. They were in Fort Wayne, but of all crazy things, they played those games in Indianapolis and beat the Syracuse Nationals.
And the last team to win an Eastern champion, and he was from the East, without Phil Jackson being involved, with the Detroit Pistons in 1990.
Rick Fox ending the game, hunched over his former teammate Lindsey Hunter and congratulating him as the clock ticks down. And the Detroit Pistons, wow, who won the NBA championship in '89 and '90, and the crazies just have to stop blowing up stuff in indoor buildings before we have a disaster. Thank you, Commissioner. But the Detroit Pistons have just shocked the Los Angeles Lakers. 100-87 to win the NBA title. The number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. And for the Lakers, it truly will be the end of a particular era. They've had the 3 championships. They brought in the other guys. We talked about how much they'll revamp. For Joe Dumars, who was selected by Bill Davidson to run the team, he can exult. Bill Jackson will contemplate his future, and they'll talk about that very shortly, I'm sure, in the next couple of days as the confetti rains down at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Chauncey Billups, a likely candidate for the MVP award. And the Detroit Pistons, this gritty, gutty, defensive-oriented team, plays phenomenally on both ends of the floor and beat the Lakers in 5. Shelly Brown, like a lot of coaches' wives, a lot of different homes, you've got to keep the family together. And this was a very rough year for Larry because his family was settled in Philadelphia, the kids in school. He's trying to fly back on off days, living in an apartment. Back and forth they go. For Kobe Bryant, the biggest of question marks, of course, for him.
Yes.
And so the complete contrast and evidence here as the game is over.
Well, you just look at this entire season, and this Detroit Pistons team always believed that they could. They played the same way all year, and you knew every time you played this team that they were going to come out and play hard, play great defense, and as we've said 100 times now, play the game the right way. There's a lot of people smiling at this basketball team.
Stuart Scott.
Tayshaun Prince, you guys did something that nobody outside your locker room thought you would. It wasn't just that you beat them, but how? What did you all know that nobody else did?
We just took it to them, man. We knew we could play with everybody in this league. And I think we showed it today. But obviously, they came out, gave it everything they have, and we just kept fighting. We kept fighting. And it was just an all-around effort by everybody today.
Everybody in your locker room was concerned about one thing coming into this game, not to get so uptight that you try to do too much individually. How did you blow them out like this?
Hey, this is a situation where it was like a last game for them. We said the same thing for us. This is the last game. Look at it, us being down 3-1. That's how we took it.
We haven't seen you smile the entire series, man. Give me one.
You know what? I'm feeling so happy right now. It's all inside, but man, I can't even feel it. I can't even explain it right now.
One of your teammates said once that you don't have a pulse. I see your pulse and your heart. Congratulations, Tayshaun.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Al.
All right, thank you, Stuart. Coming up will be the trophy presentation. Bill Davidson will get another precious piece of hardware. We'll also find out who the MVP is. Larry Brown finally wins an NBA title in his 21st season. 187 Detroit. Stick around.
Working hard all year to bring a championship to Detroit.
Chauncey will drive him down the left side. Reverse Glasser. Good.
We're not there yet, but we're still counting on your support.
The curl. Hamilton nails the jump shot.
If we win, celebrate our achievement with style and dignity.
Remember, we're all in this together.
Deep in the paint to ban another jam for the big fella.
This is Detroit's moment to shine. Let's show the world how we do it right.
There's a chant around town that goes Detroit basketball, and the guy who originated it is the PA announcer here. He'll take us to the ceremony. Mason.
And now, Piston fans, the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. I guess the address has changed here. This is now 4 Championship Drive in Auburn Hills, Michigan. Here to present the Larry O'Brien Trophy to the world champion Detroit Pistons, the commissioner of the NBA, David Stern.
Against the celebrated and valiant effort by the Los Angeles Lakers, your Detroit Pistons demonstrated that fairy tale endings do actually occur in sports, as rare as they may be. Against all expectations, but because of hard work, very hard work, and teamwork, I'm delighted to congratulate Bill Davidson, the owner of the Pistons, Tom Wilson, Joe Dumars, particularly Coach Larry Brown, And of course, the city of Detroit, who believed in this team. And this team met their expectations, even though no one else expected it. So to your 2004 NBA champion Detroit Pistons, congratulations, and here's the trophy.
Take that, Ben. Mr. Davidson. Now you have the WNBA championship, the Stanley Cup with the Tampa Bay Lightning. I know all the championships mean so much, but I've seen you in the practice facility, seeing these guys. This is your baby. This one has to be super special to you.
Absolutely, it is, and this is the greatest. I always have to be a little careful that I say I like them both equal, but this is a great night, and the guys did a tremendous job.
Congratulations, Bill Davidson, owner of the Detroit Pistons. We have to get Larry Brown over here. Coach Larry Brown. Coach, I know you inherited a very good team, but they did figure out the right way to play. It seemed like the right fit for the coach and the players. Tell us your emotions as your family's here and you finally, after the long journey, become the first man to win an NCAA championship and an NBA championship as a coach.
Well, one, I feel fortunate that I inherited a team that Rick Carlisle coached. He did a great job. I'm sorry Chucky Atkins and Michael Curry and John Barry and Cliff Robinson aren't here to enjoy it. But this is a great team. Mr. D and Joe and the whole staff assembled great guys that do play the right way, and I'm proud to be part of that. Thank you.
I know there are two people who are watching who you share great emotion for and with. Coach Smith, Dean Smith, your mentor, and your 99-year-old mom who has just watched you and your older brother Herb work together to win an NBA championship. Having your brother here, your mom watching at home, has to be special to you.
Well, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Coach. A lot of us in this profession benefited by being around him. And for my mom, I babysitted my brother long enough, and we finally got it done. I love you, Mom.
Larry Brown, coach of the champion Pistons. Now time for the presentation of the most valuable player trophy. And once again, Commissioner Stern.
You saw it, 21 points a game, over 5 assists. The 2004 NBA Finals MVP, #1, Chauncey Billups.
Chauncey, you just looked at that and said, wow. After all the places you've been and the expectations when you were drafted high in the draft, all the stops, did you ever stop dreaming that you could find the right place for your talents?
I never stopped dreaming, man. God is good. You know, God is very good. He put me here for a reason, and that's the reason.
You guys were as heavy an underdog as we've seen win the championship in almost a quarter century. I know the guys believed. Tell me why this team was able to overcome the Lakers.
Because we just believe in ourselves, and we play team basketball. We're not just individuals. We got individual good players, but we're a great basketball team, and we know that that can overcome every time.
Congratulations. MVP of the finals, Chauncey Billups. I would imagine you would like to hear from Joe Dumars. Joe Dumars, finals of the NBA MVP of the finals, I should say, joins Jerry West as the only people to be finals MVP and the architect of a championship team. I know it's sweet as a player. Tell me what it's like to be the boss.
It's so much better here. You put your heart and soul into it, and to have this happen is just unbelievable.
Joe, as I said, this team was a heavy underdog. When did you believe this team could do it?
I felt like we could win this thing. I really did. Even before the series started, I thought that we could win. And I knew we were underdogs, but I never thought that these guys were. I just felt like these guys, it was their year to win it.
Joe Dumars and the rest of the world champion Detroit Pistons, ladies and gentlemen. And we send it back to Al Michaels.
All right, thank you, Mike. So Billups wins an MVP award in the finals before he ever makes an all-star team. Who's the last guy to do that? Joe Dumars did it on one of the Detroit championship teams in '90. Just a few moments ago, what's it like on the other side? Michelle talked to Derek Fisher.
Derek Fisher, obviously this is an incredibly emotional time. What is your team going through in that locker room?
Mixed emotions, Michelle, to be honest. Extreme disappointment, but very resilient. I'm so proud of this team. We didn't have to be here. We went through some things that I don't think any other team could have gone through and still gotten to this point. And, you know, we definitely have to tip our hat to the Pistons, no question about that. You have to win graciously and you have to lose graciously. And we're disappointed, but the Pistons were the better team this year.
You guys came into this game saying all the right things, that you believed you could get it done, that you were confident that you'd been in this position before. What happened out there tonight?
Same things as have been happening this entire series, you know. Second chance points, you know, offensive rebounds, you know, they're beating us to loose balls. You know, I think they wanted it more, you know, collectively as a group. That doesn't take anything away from anybody on our team. I think we wanted it as well, but they were able to take, you know, emotionally what they desired and what they wanted and carry it over to the physical. And we were a step slow too many times, and, you know, they deserve it.
Phil Jackson had said many times this may be a last dance for this particular team. What are your thoughts about the future of this team? How likely is it you'll be together next year?
You know, who knows? You know, the nature of this business has really changed over the years, and, you know, from year to year, when you leave that locker room for the last time, you never know if you're going to see that guy again. And, you know, I think we'll all just, you know, enjoy the time that we have left together tonight and tomorrow on our plane ride back. And, you know, just be thankful that we had this opportunity. A lot of guys haven't had this opportunity. And, you know, we had a chance and we couldn't get it done, but we're thankful.
Derek, classy move to come out here and talk with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Kobe Bryant walking off at the end of the game. A sight that not a lot of people expected to see, but Detroit was completely dominant. Winning Game 5, 100-87, and back will come after this.
The Pistons are the 2004 NBA champions. And now, direct from the NBA store on NBA.com, you can own the Pistons championship pack. The official hat and t-shirt the Pistons wore during their post-game celebration. Plus, relive all the excitement with the NBA Finals DVD, highlighting the 2004 NBA champion Pistons. Log on to NBA.com or call 866-NBA-0823. Get the official hat, t-shirt, and DVD for only $64.99. Celebrate with your 2004 NBA champion Pistons.
Over the last 3 years, the team that represented the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals have won a total of 3 games. The Detroit Pistons getting the 4 here, and Chauncey Billups and Ben Wallace hold the hardware as the Pistons are the NBA champions. Back for final thoughts from Byron Scott and Tom Tolbert with a reminder that your late local news, Nightline, and Jimmy Kimmel Live follow our broadcast. Byron.
Well, you know, clearly Detroit is the better team in this series. I think they've outplayed them all 5 games, and you know, this might be the last we see the Lakers as we know it, with Karl Malone, Gary Payton. Don't know the uncertainty of Kobe Bryant and also Derek Fisher. So, you know, we saw a great series as far as Detroit is concerned. I think they totally outplayed them.
One thing I want to stop hearing is what happened to the Los Angeles Lakers. I'll tell you what happened to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Detroit Pistons happened to the Los Angeles Lakers. That's what happened. It wasn't anything that Los Angeles didn't do to lose this series. It's what the Detroit Pistons did to win this series.
It just turned after midnight on the East Coast. 146 years ago, now today, June 16th, Abraham Lincoln said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." That describes the Lakers, and Phil Jackson, just in his press conference 30 seconds ago, said there is a, quote, slim chance he might return next year.
Well, again, you know, like I said, they've had problems all season long, and, you know, this is no surprise to me and probably to anybody else in Los Angeles.
This Laker team, as we know it, is done. I mean, not done competing, but done as we know it with the pieces they have in place right now.
Tom, pleasure again, year 2.
Yes,
good luck in New Orleans, Coach.
Always
Thanks,
a pleasure.
B.
We really enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it.
Al Michaels and Doc Rivers will have their final thoughts. Remember to stay tuned for your late local news afterwards, especially here in Detroit, where there'll be a lot of celebrations. The Pistons are the champs. Al and Doc will wrap it up right after this.
Some more celebration scenes as the players and coaches and staffs have repaired to the respective locker rooms. The Detroit Pistons have won the gold ball. That promotional campaign was very good, and I guess Ben Wallace wins that. Great spot with him as the barber. You know, Doc, we've both been around sports, and I've covered a lot of sports for a lot of years. In a 9-day period, I can't think of a turnaround like this in such a huge event. I mean, it's almost as if in a World Series or in a Stanley Cup, one team is expected to win, and then not only does the other team win, the other team becomes so dominant that by the end, the underdog looks like it's invincible, and the favorite looks like it can't win a game if he played until August.
And it wasn't just a couple of people. It was most people. I mean, experts, quote-unquote experts, saying 5. Can it go 4? And when you heard that, it was all about, can the Pistons win one game? If they won one game, it would be a good series. I mean, this was a dominant performance, and it was a great team performance. Before we go, Al, I want to say that Al Michaels here has just completed the Grand Slam. He's done hockey, basketball, baseball, and football, all the world championships, and that's pretty awesome.
And the world barrel jumping championship.
Yeah. I wanted to leave that part out.
We're not going to put it in there. You know, it was so interesting watching the teams walk off. I mean, the Lakers, and clearly they'll be broken up in some measure to a large extent in all likelihood.
It will.
And then Larry Brown, and you know, I'm just watching Larry, and he's talking about his 99-year-old mother, and you saw the way he was, and it's never been about Larry. And by the way, I saw his other wonderful moment in life, his only hole-in-one on the golf course, one of 5 people to do that.
Yes, exactly.
And it's always about the others, and he is so elated for his players, for the coaches that he's worked with, for the kids he's brought along, and I can't think of a guy in that profession more respected than Larry Brown.
Well, he reminds you of the John Wooden of the NBA. I mean, John Wooden was a lot like Larry Brown, that all the titles and all the accomplishments that he had and Larry Brown has, he always talks about the greatness of the players and everybody else around him, almost deflecting what he's done. Larry Brown is a great basketball coach, and he's known around this league as the coach's coach. So it's rare that other coaches, because this is competitive league, but it's rare that other coaches are happy for a coach when he wins a title, but everyone's happy for Larry Brown.
He's helped turn the balance of power a little bit back to the East. You'll keep that going.
Yes.
My man going to the Boston Celtics. Someday again, I'll come out of retirement when you're finished with the Celtics.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Great series. Great working with you, Doc. And a little look at some of the images from this series, beginning in Los Angeles in Game 1, and the Pistons were able to pull one off, and people were shocked, and then Kobe pulled that one off at the end of regulation. They win in overtime. The Pistons come back. They're supposed to be despondent. They weren't. The Lakers couldn't do anything defensively, and Big Ben was phenomenal, especially at the end, whether it was the afro or cornrows. So the Lakers are finished. The Pistons have won the title, and that will do it from Auburn Hills. Al Michaels, Doc Rivers, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott, for our entire ABC crew, and they were magnificent. Good night from the home of the world champion Detroit Pistons.
You're watching WXYZ 7. Now, Action News at 11.
The party is on. Pistons fans are celebrating an NBA championship for the first time in 14 long years. Let's go live to Royal Oak, where they started dancing in the streets after the Pistons finished off the Lakers with a blowout. And here's a look from the Palace. It's only the beginning of a celebration to honor the new world champs. Way to go, Pistons. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for for joining us on this special night. Woo! Respect.
Good evening, Diana Lewis. I'm Stephen Clark. You know, it's payday. They got their respect not long ago. They were branded the underdogs, but tonight the Pistons are top dogs in the NBA. Game 5 left the mighty Lakers down and out. Yeah. Team 7 coverage tips off with Sports Director Don Shane live at the Palace on the floor with the post-game party. We're here. Just getting started. Don, take it away.
Oh, be control. Be control.
It's chaos down there. Don, go ahead.
House, as you hear, can you guys hear me? Hello. Want it louder? All right, the Pistons are kind of scattered all over this floor right now. Chuck, can we find Chuck? Chuck. All right, we'll find Chuck. We'll talk to a couple of the guys. 87 points for the Lakers, 100 points for the Pistons as they win their first title in 14 years. And really play marvelous basketball. And what's so good about it is they're able to crush the Lakers and enjoy it as the fourth quarter is winding down. And it's just, that's just as good a feeling as you could possibly have. Let's go to Dave Llewellyn. Can we go to Dave? He's got Corliss right over here. Hey, bring Cord, come here. Come here, hey, Tayshaun, right here. Hey, Tay. Congratulations, man. Can you all put into words winning this thing finally means to you?
Nah, I still can't put it into words, man. Definitely a great feeling, though. Definitely a great feeling. We beat a heck of a ball club. Our guys responded tonight, being up 3-1. You know, we came in the locker room and said, let's play this game like we down 3-1. And, you know, we definitely took some punches from them in the first half, but we made shots, and we played defense in the second half.
Why do you say you can't believe it? Look up at the scoreboard. Look at the crowd, man. Believe.
Hey. And like I said, man, I'm speechless right now, and believe it or not, man, if it wasn't for these fans, man, did you hear how loud it was
I did.
at the beginning of the game?
I did hear that. I did hear that.
That was unbelievable, man. That's great. It started with them, and they've been showing us great attendance all year long. And it definitely paid off for us and them.
You were not going to be denied here tonight, were you?
No, we was leaving it all out on the floor. Like I said, in the first half, we took some punches from Kobe and Shaq. Slava stepped up, and Karl Malone spots nailed some jumpers. And, you know, they were playing big. But we just stayed with it. We stayed aggressive on the offensive end, and we made plays.
You not only made plays, how about Chauncey getting the MVP?
Oh, man, he deserved it, man. He deserved it big time. Yeah, I guarantee you he'll say the same thing. Everybody on this team, the MVP. Especially them guys that had to guard Shaq. You look at Eldon, Ben, Rasheed, all them guys. Corliss, Memo, they had the toughest job in this series. But Chauncey's floor game in this series, and his offensive ability, what he did, it was unbelievable, and we definitely got to give him a lot of credit.
You know, you're a young guy, 2 years in the league, you already won one. You're blessed. Some guys wait forever and never win one.
Oh, I'm definitely blessed. I'm definitely blessed. Got to thank God for this opportunity. Unbelievable situation I'm in right now. What a great team, great organization, and definitely this is for the city as well as for everybody else.
Congratulations, Tayshaun.
Thank you.
All right, let's go over here and get Corliss. We got Corliss here. See what he's. We got to move to these other lines. That's not an everyday thing.
Yeah, it's not an everyday thing. You know, we're blessed just to have all the things going on right now. We're very thankful to God for that.
Are we talking repeat already?
Well, hey, we're greedy now. We got to taste the one. We want two. Thank you.
NCAA champ, and now you're a world champion in the NBA.
You can't compare it. NCAA, you're just the best in America. But when you're the NBA champs, you're the best in the world. There's nothing like it.
Tell me about Corliss. This feeling, the chase is one thing, but getting there is a whole different story.
Man, we fought hard all season long just to get here, and to finally achieve that ultimate goal by being the world champs, it's a great feeling. I can't even put it in words.
You guys look like little kids jumping up on the court as the clock is winding down, and that's a good thing.
It's a great thing, you know. It's just a great feeling. This team has really fought hard all season. We played together, and Coach Brown deserved this.
You know, can you all, you know, you wait a long time. You finally get here. Not many people get this opportunity. So I guess you feel like you got to be one of the most blessed players and blessed guys around.
Man, God has truly blessed his team this year. You know, we got a lot of guys who've been in this league for a long time, and this chance only comes around once in a lifetime. And we're very thankful to God for giving us the ability and letting us win this championship.
Congratulations, Corey.
Hey, thank you.
All right, let's bring Chuck in here and get some thoughts as we move along. This was an annihilation. They embarrassed these guys here tonight winning this title.
Yeah, you know, after the first game, I think we talked kiddingly about a sweep, but there were some indications that this club was that good. Then in the second game, they proved it even more, you know, almost, and should have maybe won that game. And then to come in here and win 3 in a row, that's a pretty dominating feat to be able to do with this during this age.
Surprises you a little bit, doesn't it, to be able to do that to these Lakers? I mean, I know they're good, but almost like they won 5 games in this series.
Yeah, I think, though, in all fairness, when Malone no longer became effective, that changed their game because he was, previous series, he was a factor, but that's part of basketball. And this Pistons really stepped up in so many ways. They challenged on every possession. Their defensive rebounding was, you know, furious, and they deserve to win.
Does this bring back some memories for you a little bit, a little nostalgia for you?
Yeah, a little bit, but we always won in the other guy's building, and unfortunately, everybody was very unhappy in that building. We had to go to a party later to find any happy people.
When you win this, when it's unexpected, I assume Joe won't let these guys let up. You enjoy it, but I mean, they're all competitors. Once you win it once, you want it the next time, don't you?
Yeah, you do, and they're deep enough and young enough that they could come back and do it again. I truly believe that. And they've got Darko sitting there. They'll make some moves in the offseason. They're a team to contend with, particularly in the East and in the NBA for, I think, years to come.
Do you care? If you win this on this team, do you care whether or not people respect you or not? You go, I don't care. Say what you want. We got the title.
Yeah, you don't worry about it. I mean, the hell with it. It's like with the Philly or the LA thing when those 2 guys went down. I could care less. Bottom line is you get the win.
You know, as you look at this celebration on the court, the fans in this city and the way people respond to this team and this organization, not a bunch of stars, just a bunch of real good basketball players, kind of fits in with the image of the city, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Working class city and the best sports fans maybe in the country. They're incredible. The way they support this team, and it goes on forever. I've been gone 15 years from this arena, and it's like I never left. They just don't forget.
All right, for the moment, let's throw it back to the studio. We'll get some more players and come back to us, but let's go back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Don.
Okay, we've got Ben Wallace, I believe, right now at the news conference going on, or maybe this is a little bit earlier here. Let's listen to a tape of Ben Wallace immediately after the win.
Can you at all put into words what it feels like to be holding that trophy right now?
Man, it's just a great feeling. You know, it's hard to put it in words right now, but I know, you know, we're on the emotional high. You know, everybody came out, played hard, and did what it takes to get it done. I just hope everybody enjoyed this moment.
Ben, you know, when you're up by so many as the game's winding down and you know you got it won, that usually doesn't happen. You didn't have to wait till the final seconds to kind of soak it all in.
We came out and we played hard, you know, from the start, and we was able to make plays. You know, I thought we had on the heels a little bit. We made plays, and we took control of the game, and we never let go. So once you win a game like that, give everybody a chance to get out there and feel the excitement.
You know, the chase is one thing, but the feeling when you get there is another thing. Can you describe the difference?
All I can say is I finally got my hands on it. You know, I spent about 8 years chasing this thing, and I finally got it.
A lot of credit goes to a lot of people. What a team this is. This isn't Shaq and Kobe and stars. It's a lot of very good basketball players, isn't it?
I mean, you know, the team concept goes a long way. You know, starting at the front office, you know, with Joe and Mr. D and those guys coming in, making decisions, getting the right group of guys together, bringing in the right coaches, and everybody just going out there playing hard, playing well with each other, caring about each other, caring about basketball. And that's what happens when everybody plays together.
I know you dream about these kind of moments when you're a kid and first get into the league. Does the reality come close to the dream or not?
The dream don't come close to the reality.
Because?
I mean, it's one thing to dream, and then you wake up and realize, now I got a lot of work to do. But to actually be here, you realize I did a lot of work to get here, and it's all worth it now.
How will you
Oh, he's great. Now we're going to go back to Don Shane live on the floor of the Palace. Don?
Thank you, Di. With Chauncey Billups here. Congratulations. That thing looks pretty darn good in your arms.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, it feels great. You know, it feels great, but, you know, I'm not the only one that deserved this. You know, we all deserve this. I wish I could cut this down 13 pieces and everybody take a piece home. because we did it together. We did it together.
What a rush, huh? Can you explain the kind of rush this was?
Nah, it's crazy, man. I'm speechless right now. I don't know what to say.
How about a guy who was traded 4 times and ends up? Does that tell you something about basketball and something about him?
Thank you, Coach. That's a great compliment coming from you. But, you know, I just never gave up on myself. Although a lot of people gave up on me, I never gave up. I kept fighting, and God put me in a great position.
Chauncey, it's such a long climb once the playoffs start. It's such a grind, and it's kind of thrilling as you're going along. But when the ultimate happens, is it almost undescribable?
It is. It's undescribable, man. It's all worth it. You know, all the aches and pains you have, you don't feel them no more. You know, I don't feel nothing no more. I was halfway through the game. I took my little patch off that I had on. I ain't feel nothing. So it is. It's undescribable.
You almost feel like a little kid again?
You do. I definitely feel like I'm a little kid, and my mom said we're going to Disney World or something.
You know, in business, they say we want 10% more next year.
Hey, hopefully we can give you that.
How will you celebrate this? By beside, you know, family, friends?
Definitely, family, all my close family and friends that, you know, been through the trenches with me. You know, that when I was down and getting traded and injuries, I was there for me, pushing me. So that's who I'm gonna celebrate this with.
You know, the other day you and I talked, and I asked you when you were a kid if you counted down the times to shoot the ball at the end to win it. You didn't need that shot at the end of the game today. You could relax and enjoy the last 4, 5, 6 minutes knowing it was in the bag.
Right, it was, man. We just, that second half that third quarter was unbelievable. We just opened the gap. And like you said, we didn't need a big shot, you know, from me or anybody else.
Who are you, you're happy for yourself, you're happy for everybody else, but I guess a comment on Coach Brown. So many years in the league, finally wins an NBA title.
I mean, I think this is everything for Coach Brown. I mean, he's been in a lot of different situations, a lot of years. He's a Hall of Fame coach, and I think this really validates, you know, his Hall of Fame, you know, induction. So, you know, he can be among the greats like Coach Daly and all the other guys, Phil Jackson, and I'm really happy for Coach Brown.
Well, you could be among the greats too, don't you think? Or you've started it. Don't you think, Chuck, you could be among the greats here?
Hey, if you're MVP in the NBA Finals, you're one hell of a basketball player.
Thank you, Coach.
You'd have to agree with that. You're a humble, kind of modest guy, but you have to be very proud of what you have done from an individual standpoint.
I am. I'm definitely proud, you know, of myself.
Leading a team to a championship.
Thank you.
There it is. There it is. You said nothing better than that.
Maybe you ought to remember that line, huh?
Greatness. So, you know, what can you say?
All right. Congratulations, Don.
Thank you.
Chauncey Billups, the most valuable player of the NBA Finals. Let's go back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Don.
Well, now we're going to take a look from Chopper 7. Craig Smith is above the Royal Oak area. There are a lot of people partying down there, Craig. What's going on?
Well, I'll tell you what, there certainly is, Stephen. You think people aren't excited? Just look at all the people down here. There are hundreds and hundreds of people celebrating in the street. This is Main Street, downtown Royal Oak. Guess what? You're not going to get anywhere if you're going to go through Royal Oak by car. No way, no how. Everybody is down here partying. You can see some horses, some police on horseback. Looks like everything is orderly, and I don't see any problems. Looks like everything's good above Royal Oak. I'm Craig Smith, live from Chopper 7. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Craig, that is what we want to hear. Everything is going well.
You know, it's time now to check in with the press conference, and I think it's Rasheed Wallace who's talking. All right.
Let's listen in.
Moment in your basketball career.
Well, you know, the decision is not totally up to me. I have to talk that over with my wife, talk it over with my kids, get their input. So, you know, if it's that situation or something up here that they don't like or they seem shaky, you know, I got to take all of that into consideration. So, but I think, you know, my family has the biggest say of it all. But don't get me wrong, you know, I think they're a great group of guys that I'm playing with. But, you know, my family, they're going to have that last decision.
Sheet right in front, Willie May, Radio 1 Boston. Talk about winning tonight and getting that championship. And does this kind of heal that wound from when the Lakers beat you guys in Portland?
Well, no, not really. I mean, you know, I don't even think about that no more. You know, since that day that they beat us, you know, that was in the past, and just got to play for the future now. And it definitely feels good at this moment. You know, just sit back and think about it.
Rasheed, Larry Lage, Associated Press. Larry Brown said there's no way in the world he would have been up here or this team would have been here without you. I can't get that on the paper. What does it mean to hear people say that you kind of put this team over the top?
You know, there again, I'm going to say my favorite answer. You know, I think I just added a little bit of defense to this team, but they were already a great ball club. Larry was already a great coach even before he came to the Pistons. So, you know, I take the pleasure in coming here. And, you know, I thank Joe for bringing me here. And, you know, it all worked out for the best. Everyone's happy in the end.
Rasheed, this is Leland Stein with the Michigan Chronicle. Anytime you come with a new team like you did, you always have to have a little trepidation about fitting in. Just tell me what that was like when you met the guys. It's just like the light went off and said, wow, this is my team, or tell me how that worked out.
Well, no, I never thought of this Piston ball club as my team. You know, it's a band of guys here. It's veteran guys, and I think when you have veterans who are hungry and who are willing to sacrifice things to win, then you don't necessarily need no leader because everyone knows what they have to do. So we just went out there, did it, and now you know we're sitting on top of the world.
Last question on the side.
Rasheed, your own Passport Sport 5 Israel. Talk about the North Carolina connection, winning it for Larry Brown. You played under Dean Smith also. Now, Larry has been saying that the title belongs to you guys, you players, but it's the first title for him.
I would give it to LB. You know, he's had a longer road than what most of us had. You know, Larry, he deserves it. He deserves all the accolades. He deserves everything, you know, because I think he's been looked over for the last few years. But, you know, he finally done it, finally got over that hump.
And this picture certainly caps off what Rasheed Wallace was talking about. Teamwork. It's all about teamwork, and they did it.
What do you want for breakfast? Wheaties. We already have the team right there in the front. Only the second NBA team to be honored on a Wheaties package. Hardworking Pistons there for breakfast, the breakfast of champions. You know, fans are leaving the Palace right now. They are happy. They're smiling. This is exactly what they wanted to have happen tonight. Reporter Ray Say is live in the parking lot right now with more. Ray?
Stephen, a magical season comes to a magical end with the Detroit Pistons doing what a lot of people didn't think they were going to do a few months ago. They are NBA champions, and these fans have come out of the Palace overjoyed, thrilled, ecstatic, on cloud nine, and why not? These guys have been working hard for this moment, too. The game ended about a half an hour ago, and again, fans have been pouring out. We've seen pockets of celebration, and the good news is everyone has been well-behaved. As always, when there's a big party like this, there's concerns that fans are going to get out of hand. But again, the good news so far, these people have been extremely classy and well-behaved. And that's a good idea on their part because security is tight tonight. The Oakland County Sheriff's Department, Auburn Hills Police on hand tonight, keeping an eye on everybody. But again, so far, it's just a big party out here. These guys are loving it, and deservedly so. The Detroit Pistons, the NBA champions, and the party is just getting started outside the Palace here. Live outside the Palace, Ray Sayer, Channel 7 Action News. Back to you.
Detroit basketball. The stars out at the Palace tonight weren't just in the sky. Tonight, some very big names are celebrating the Pistons championship. Action News reporter Heather Catallo joins us live from the Palace with the story. Heather?
Diana, what a night. It was full of stars and celebrities. They were all here to cheer on the Pistons. We talked to Bob Seger earlier. He was very proud of the team. He was extremely proud of Ben Wallace and his performance tonight. We also spoke with Kid Rock, and let's listen. Let's
It's fantastic. You know, I'm so happy for the team and Larry and everybody. It's the city. It's great. It's great.
What do you think this championship means for Detroit?
Well, you know, hard work pays off. You look at Ben Wallace. The guy is in perfect shape. Nobody works harder on both ends of the floor. There you go. Hard work pays off.
All the celebrities were so proud of Motown for showing it up with Showtown, as they say. And I think Anita Baker said it best. She said, the Detroit Pistons have really shown Detroit how to act like a team. Live at the Palace, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Heather.
One of the biggest parties right now going on in Royal Oak. We have Chopper 7 over the scene right now, keeping an eye on things down there, and that's probably the best place to be in that mob, huh, Craig?
Boy, I'll tell you what, there are hundreds and hundreds of people down here, and there's a lot of traffic just north along Main Street here that's trying trying to get south. The Oakland County Sheriff's Department, Royal Oak Police, in fact, the Mounted Division, just moved the horses down through the crowd. It is an orderly crowd. I want to make that clear, and we haven't seen any trouble so far, but they want to get the street opened back up. So they've done that. They've accomplished that, although there's still a lot of people in the streets celebrating the Pistons' victory tonight. Over Royal Oak, I'm Craig Smith, live from Chopper 7. Back to you guys.
Craig, thank you very much. We wish the celebration well.
My homeboy from Coatesville, Pennsylvania, Rip Hamilton, is talking right now at the press conference. Let's take on Rip.
Quite an accomplishment, that and the Stanley Cup in the same month.
Wow, that's unbelievable. I mean, he got a Stanley Cup and a World Basketball Championship. I mean, that just tells you what type of confidence he has. You know, some people got a will to win. He got a will to win. You know, I think he put a lot of confidence in Joey D and letting him do what he wanted to do. And when they put their two masterminds together, it turned out something special. And you got 2 rings, man. I mean, that's crazy.
Thank you. Tayshaun Prince.
Yes, sir.
You see Kobe Bryant trying to force the action, and that's the second time he's tried to split between guys. And that's what Kobe Bryant is about. In fourth quarter, they don't think Shaq can keep running.
Tayshaun's coming up right
there. Tayshaun. Unfortunately, we didn't get to hear much from Rip from Coach Phil.
I'll sing the song. I'll sing his praises.
Let's listen in to Tayshaun now at the podium.
Question for Tayshaun. First one on that side.
Dave Hogue, Associated Press. Tay, it looked like you hurt your elbow or something on that fall when you hit a hard foul. Were you having problems with that through the game, and did it affect you against Kobe?
No, it didn't affect me at all until the first time I shot free throws right there, because my kind of hit my funny bone a little bit, but after about a couple minutes, it kind of wore off or whatever, but it wasn't really a factor after that.
This side towards the back.
Yeah, Tayshaun, before the series, did you even imagine that you could be such a decisive factor with your defense on Kobe? And second question is, how far do you think this team can go? Because you're mostly pretty young. If you keep Wallace, you could get a couple titles.
You know, to the first question, I just, you know, just try to, you know, take on the challenge. You know, I really didn't have another choice. I knew it would be big for me to try to at least contain them in order for us to have a chance of winning. You know, I think just throughout the regular season, playing against all these, you know, the best wing guys in the league, getting me prepared for the playoffs and playing these other tough guys, I think that was a major factor. You know, as far as how far this team can go, to your second question, it can go a long way. Definitely you saw the chemistry in this team throughout the course of the playoffs. The coaching staff really believed in us. We believed in them. You know, just we got to give a lot of credit to Joe and the rest of the organization putting this team together. Definitely after making the trade for Rasheed, everything just clicked right away. So it was definitely after that where we really just started rolling.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Chauncey Billups will be right in.
2 questions.
All right, Tayshaun Prince showing signs of a pulse tonight after winning a championship.
And Ray Say is outside the palace with a whole lot of happy folks. Ray?
All right, folks, the headlines are already out. We're back outside the palace where the party continues, and there it is, the Detroit News payday, the Detroit Free Press. Respect. These fans are continuing to pour out of the palace. We're seeing a lot of sunroofs open and people popping out and just celebrating. Once again, the good news is here, the folks out here have been extremely composed, very classy, but they continue to party. Auburn Hills Police, the Oakland County Sheriff's Department has been on hand. We did see one small incident, but it was diffused very quickly by Auburn Hills Police, which is a good indication that security officers do have things in control. But this one, it's a big party. A lot of smiles, a lot of joy. Back to you in the studio.
Ray. Thank you, Ray.
All right, let's go now back to Royal Oak. Cheryl Choden is standing by. There is a big celebration going on right now. As the chopper showed us, it is orderly, but it is loud, it is large. Cheryl?
Well, if you can see me right now, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. I want you to take a look in the street. On one side of the street, you've got cars, honking horns all through Royal Oak. Police are doing a really good job, though, keeping the people on the sidewalks because they were in the street earlier. Everybody's very excited, you can see, and they've all gathered here. They've got newspapers and they've got a lot of excitement, but obviously it's hard keeping people out of the street. That's why I'm in it. Cars on one side, people on the sidewalk, thousands of people on both sides of the sidewalk, and everybody's really, really excited about the victory. I hope you saw the newspaper that says job done. Let me have a hold of this. Take a look at this. Everybody's holding this up. Oakland Press for tomorrow morning. Good job done, Pistons. Lots of fun in Royal Oak. Back to you.
Be careful down there, Cheryl. Don't get trampled by them.
And our sports director, Don Shane, still on the floor of the Palace with Chuck Daly and also a former bad boy Piston, John Sally.
Indeed, Chuck and John Sally with me here. You know, for a guy that won 2 championships, you come back to cover it for the Best Damn Sports Show and watch it. Your emotions as you were watching this?
Well, the day they got Rasheed Wallace, I said Detroit Pistons was going to win the championship, especially when they were holding people below 70, something Chuck used to want to do. And everybody told me I should get drug tested. And I guess now all those so-called experts should stop calling themselves experts.
You're the expert now.
No, I just know because I know what it takes. It's always better to be the guy that they don't look at. Come up and smack you in the head. That's how you get mugged.
Hey, John, does this team remind you of anything?
Yeah, Ben Wallace is me and Dennis Rodman in one, first thing.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
the fact that Larry Brown was still yelling at him even when it was up 20. It reminds me of something. Sally, don't shoot that shot. Give it to the shooters.
You said that to him?
I said a lot of things to John. John was one of those guys who could take it,
Yeah.
you know, so I had
Yeah.
to pick on somebody.
As long as he didn't yell at me when I was sitting down. Yell at me as I'm running by you, I don't care.
All right, hey, Sal, thanks for joining us.
All right, see you
Appreciate
later.
that. Back to you guys in the studio.
He's still smiling. What a delightful guy.
All right, we have a lot more to talk about. We've got a parade sometime this week. We've got to get that nailed down for exactly when that's going to happen. Stay with us, Steph, for the
There's the
information.
trophy. Look at this.
Larry O'Brien trophy. That's what this hoopla has been all about, playing for that trophy. And, man, do they have it. We'll be right back.
Feast your eyes on that for a moment.
Some more celebration scenes as the players and coaches and staffs have prepared.
Back with our post-game coverage after the Pistons have, of course, won the series in what we're calling a 5-game sweep.
That's right.
It took them an extra game. They should have won that one. Dave Llewellyn standing by right now with the Vice President of Operations for the Pistons. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, exactly right, Stephen. This is Joe Dumars, chief assistant, the man helping to get this job done. Pulled you out of the celebration, which I appreciate. This is a good time, isn't it?
It's such a great experience to feel something like this. I'm so happy for our players, the great effort they had all season, the kind of people that we have in this organization. Happy for our coaches and Larry Brown especially.
John, as I was leaving, Joe was getting dumped on with champagne. You're still dry at this moment anyway.
I like it that way, and Joe deserves it. You know, the leadership he's provided throughout the past few years in building this is absolutely remarkable. You know, people don't realize how hard he works in this job, how much he enjoys it, and it's a great payoff for Joe Dumars.
Well, and the pieces all fit, and Rasheed, maybe the final piece, giving you a bit of an edge, and one more tremendous player.
Yeah, you know, I think that we liked this team at the start of the year. We thought we had a chance to be good. We didn't know how good, but, you know, Dave, after we got Rasheed, you know, things started to fit. He fit so well on both ends of the floor for us, offensively and defensively. We kind of looked at this team and said, you know what, if we get a break, we could have a real special year.
Yeah, your guys believed. It's taken a while for others to believe in the Pistons. Nationally, I'm talking. They got to believe now.
No question. I think we made believers everyone. And once again, these guys deserve it. They work very hard. And most of it, I keep saying it, but we have really, really good, solid people. It's fun to be around great people, see great people win like this.
How satisfying is this, though, for the work? You know, because this franchise wasn't too long ago. I mean, you guys were at the bottom, and now you're absolutely back on top.
It's, you know, it's so satisfying, so gratifying. Never really dreamt that it could happen quite this quickly, so that even makes it more special, especially when a lot of people thought you couldn't do this.
John, congratulations. Enjoy this.
It's great. Thanks so much, Dave. Appreciate it.
All righty. John Hammond, the Vice President of Basketball Operations. He's going to enjoy the night. You can be better that. For now, Stephen, Diana, we'll send it back to you.
We are all reeling and enjoying the night. Thank you so much, Dave. We're going to go back to Don Shane now with assistant coach Herb Brown. Don?
All right, thank you, Di. Yes, the assistant coach, Larry's brother, Herb, congratulations. You've been coaching for an awful long time. Can you all put into words what this feels like?
It feels wonderful. I'm so proud of my brother, and I'm so happy for him, I can't tell you. I can't even explain it.
This is kind of the icing for Larry now. I mean, Hall of Fame career and all these years in the league, but finally an NBA championship.
Well, somebody said that he was the only Hall of Fame coach who had an NBA championship before the series began. They can't say that anymore, but, you know, he's a great coach. He loves the city. He loves his team. They played very, very hard for them, and we're just thankful that we were able to get a championship.
Hey, can you talk a little bit about the pressure that you guys all felt? I mean, it seemed like, you know, nobody expected it to start, and then all of a sudden everybody expected you to win.
Well, the expectations were very high, but Joe did a great job of assembling a team. And we don't go in, I really don't think, as a coach, and Chuck can attest to this, you put pressure on yourself every time you go out on the court, every time you go to practice. It's internal pressure. You don't worry about the external thing. You just try to do the best job you can do, and you hope that you'll be successful.
All right, before we go any further, who's this young lady you got over?
This is Lauren Hammond, John Hammond's daughter.
Lauren, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Station screen now.
Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Huh? She's part of our championship. She's a ball girl.
Indeed. Congratulations to you, too, Lauren. That's exciting. Chuck, you got something for her?
How about when you were here? How long ago was that?
I was here about 28 years ago.
Right.
I had a great run. I got fired for the first time in my life. I got fired, but the owner hired me back 28 years later, and I'm thankful. I really am.
What a great story, huh?
Yeah, it's wonderful. I started my NBA career here, and hopefully I'll be able to finish it here.
What a long journey in a whole different kind of city and atmosphere from when you were here the first time.
No, the fans were always great.
Yeah.
The fans were always great. Cobo Hall wasn't as big as this. Chuck brought some championships here, and he really gave the franchise a boost. And Larry's here now, and what is it, 13, 14 years later?
15.
15 years later, we're part of history again.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Herb Brown. All right. I'm Don Shane, live at the Palace. Back to you guys in the studio. We'll be back in a little bit with more.
All right, thank you very much, Don. Let's move across the floor to Dave Llewellyn, who's standing by right now with one of the more visible members of the Pistons and the Palace organization, Tom Wilson. Go ahead, Dave.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. I am here with Tom Wilson, the president and CEO of Palace Sports and Entertainment. We're just talking about it. What a year, and you said...
What a week. The Stanley Cup and this in 8 days. It doesn't get any better. Nobody's ever done it before. Nobody's ever going to do it again, probably. So, you know, it's one of those things where I know everybody's excited tonight, but it's better tomorrow and better a week from now and better a year from now. It's one of those things that you enjoy in the moment, but you reflect on for so long, and the memories are the best.
You had back-to-back championships 14, 15 years ago. It's been a long road back to the top, but you're there.
We are, and you know, in many ways it's almost as sweet, because for those who are really old farts like me, you go back, yes, go back to 16 wins with when Dick Vitale was here, and we had to build it up and win it, and then you go back down to 22 wins or something like that, and you come back again. So I think the humbleness that comes from that, humility from taking a road down and then coming all the way back slowly but surely and getting here makes it very, very special. And we really got to thank the fans. I mean, I know everybody's written about it and you guys have talked about it on the air, but what an unbelievable atmosphere. And if that isn't going to carry you to a few wins, then I don't know what is. And they were great again tonight.
And what a great group of guys, too. And you couldn't be happier for a group of players than what you've got here. These are good guys who play so hard to win.
That's right, and it's no accident. Joe Dumars, I remember the first meeting we had, he said, as long as I'm here, I'm going to bring in character guys who are going to put that uniform on with pride again, who are going to move to this city, and just like I did and Isaiah did and Lambeer did and everything like that. And that's exactly what he pieced together. Not superstars, just guys who have been discarded from other teams, and piece by piece by piece, he's won it with good people and quality players who all came together in a perfect team scenario.
All right, Tom, congratulations. Enjoy this.
Thank you,
and I know you will. It has been an awful lot of fun.
Thanks so much.
All
Thanks
right.
for everything.
All righty, thank you. Tom Wilson, the president and CEO of Palace Sports and Entertainment. One happy man, and you can understand why. Stephen, Diana.
Dave, thank you very much. You know the party has started when Tom Wilson takes off the tie.
And we have much more Pistons coverage ahead.
Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are now continuing our coverage of the championship of the Detroit Pistons. That was Royal Oak, where one of the larger parties are going on right now, and there are parties springing up all over the metropolitan area.
They are literally dancing in the streets. Hundreds of folks are still out like it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Royal Oak.
Let's go to Peggy Agar standing by in Pontiac. Another party going on there, Peggy.
Well, Stephen, we've talked about the fans in many cities out celebrating. This is the place here in Pontiac where the Pistons will be celebrating. See that bar right back there, Tonic? We have been told that Rasheed Wallace and Chauncey Billups, the MVP, have booked out Tonic for the night, and they are expected to come here, do a little celebrating of their own. You can see there's a lot of cars along here. The great thing that the Pistons have done is that there's a lot of young people here. They've given the young people a chance to actually celebrate a championship. Barely old enough to get into a Pistons party, these fans have high expectations.
I'm looking forward to experiencing it for the first time.
The last time the Pistons won it all, they were
4 years old.
I was 7 years old. My parents went to the game and brought me the t-shirt back, so I remember it.
So the Pistons won the final and all you got was this lousy t-shirt?
Hey, it's not lousy. I'll take it.
Now, how times have changed, and a new generation is ready to experience it all.
I've got butterflies in my stomach and I'm not even playing.
And you can see a lot of the traffic, the cars. We've heard that a lot of people are just now arriving in Pontiac from the Palace. Takes a little while to get over there. Might take a little bit longer for the players, but we have been told again, the players are coming here to Tonic in Pontiac to do a little celebrating of their own. Live in Pontiac, Peggy Agar, Channel 7 Action News.
Wow, that'll be a hot spot here very shortly. Peggy, thank you very much.
And across the street from the Palace, fans who watched the game at the Post of Auburn Hills are just as excited about the win as if they had been inside the Palace. Action News reporter Kristen Smith has been there all night and joins us now live with more. Kristen?
Well, the party continues just across the street. The line is as long here as it was earlier today. More of the same, more of the same. Not only are fans very excited, but they have big plans to celebrate tomorrow. At the Post tonight, building anticipation for a big Pistons victory.
Not bad boys is when they beat the Lakers, and sweet repeat is when they beat the Trailblazers.
What do you expect tomorrow's headline to say?
Well, I don't know. That's a good one. What do you think?
Pistons win.
Pistons win. Yeah, Pistons win, but they'll have a catchy phrase.
And from news to fingernails, a championship design in the works.
We got a special nail, a lot of glass, a lot of glitz to show Hollywood Detroit is the new glitz in basketball.
So a lot of bling bling.
A lot of bling bling. LA, no more bling bling. Detroit's the new bling bling.
Now, the big win, of course, has everyone celebrating, but I want to tell you about a kind of a touching moment that this game meant to Tyrone here. Tyrone, tell me what you told me when you showed up here earlier.
My dad told me before he died a couple months ago, he said the Pistons are going to make it to the playoffs. I did not believe him, but to this day, I believe my stepdad. I want to say R.I.P. to him. Hi to my mom, and I really appreciate everything that's going on. I love you, Dad, and I'll see you in the next afterlife, man. I appreciate it. And, my dad told me it was going to happen, and it happened, so let's go Pistons.
Great story, so fun time tonight. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Kristen. It's a very special story.
We have been tracking the celebrations all the way from Auburn Hills down into Pontiac and Royal Oak. Let's keep going on down into Detroit right now, where fans have been crowding into places like the Hard Rock Cafe, and our own Glenda Lewis is standing by there. Glenda?
Take it away, baby.
Stephen, I'm down here at Flood's Bar and Grill, and did we send them packing or did we send them packing? Yes! Fans have been going crazy all night long in downtown Detroit, and we have been everywhere, from Flood's to Hard Rock, all the way down to Hockey Town. And as you can see, fans are so excited down here, honking through the streets, dancing in the streets, and I even think I've seen some tears of joy. So we have a young lady who has a message for the Pistons. And what was your message tonight, sweetheart?
You know what? I think LA was in Fantasyland tonight, and the Detroit Pistons brought the Oscar home tonight.
You heard it right here. Detroit Pistons fans and Detroit Pistons brought the Oscar home tonight, and we are certainly proud of them. Live in downtown Detroit with the fans, Glenda Lewis, Channel 7 Action News.
All right, baby. Thank you.
All right, don't go away. We have much more Pistons coverage ahead. Remember, we still need to talk about this parade and let you know when it's going to happen.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, we're going to talk more about the parade in just a minute. Now, the city is being a little reluctant, I think, to nail down details. They've been on the phone all night long with none other than our own meteorologist, Jerry Hodak, to talk about what's going to happen this week with the weather. And, Jerry, what's the conversation
This has been going on all day, Stephen. We've been talking ever since early this afternoon about what the weather's going to be like on Thursday. That's the day that the Pistons really want to hold the parade. The weather doesn't look too good for Thursday, but, you know, I wouldn't bet against it at this point. They've had a great run, and maybe their luck will not run out. 84 degrees, high Detroit today. This is the scorecard on Tuesday's weather. 64 degrees the low and no rain. We've had some clouds overhead tonight. They'll continue to be kind of scattered through the morning hours. Tomorrow's going to be a warm and a muggy day. And then the rain moves in, and it stays with us tomorrow night on into Thursday. 70 degrees our temperature right now, 65% the humidity, a steady barometer, and a northeasterly wind at 8 miles an hour. It's 64 degrees out at Pontiac right now, where everybody's partying. 61 degrees up at Mount Clemens. 57 at Port Huron. That's been the cool spot all day. 71 now at Adrian, and 70 degrees at Monroe. These clouds are kind of flowing up out of Indiana and Ohio right now. No rain in them, and we expect it will stay dry all night long. But the rain is out here to the west. In fact, you can see some thunderstorms beginning to pop up through the arrowhead of Minnesota and also through Wisconsin, and lots of moisture coming up out of the Gulf as a storm system out here begins to pull up lots and lots of moisture, and that's really going to feed a heavy rain pattern that will last tomorrow night and into the start of the daytime on Thursday. We expect that we'll see some scattered thunderstorms tomorrow, but the big story really is the rain. We're going to get warm, moist air moving up out of the north, clashing with cooler, drier air. That's going to trigger these storms, and then they're going to continue to just sit here overhead through the daytime on Thursday, and little impulses will bring, at times, some heavy rain across the metro Detroit area. So we'll look for these thunderstorms to come into the Detroit area tomorrow afternoon. This frontal pattern will just stall over the city, and then little disturbances will ride along this front from the west. That's going to bring rain in here tomorrow night and into the daytime on Thursday, as I say. And right now, indications are that we could get well over an inch of rain before it's all said and done, maybe even closer to 2 inches. 83 degrees, the high temperature tomorrow here in Detroit, 83 up at Troy, 83 at Centerline, 81 degrees down at Schofield. Voters tomorrow will find the risk of some thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon, so you want to listen to the weather radio. Easterly winds at 5 to 15 knots, waves 1 to 3 feet on all the rivers and lakes. Scattered clouds overnight tonight is our forecast, with an overnight low of 64 degrees. Tomorrow will bring us some sunshine in the morning, but clouds will quickly increase as we go towards noontime. 83 degrees will be the high temperature for Wednesday, and then during the afternoon, showers and thunderstorms will develop and then continue on into tomorrow night and into the daytime on Thursday. We'll get an easterly wind at 5 to 10 miles an hour. Showers and maybe a scattered thunderstorm on Thursday, but mainly our concern is going to be perhaps some heavy rain, particularly early in the day and then late again in the day. 76 degrees will be the high on Thursday. Friday looks like a much better day, let me tell you. But Saturday and Sunday also bring sunshine, and temperatures will be in the mid-70s. But at this point, I wouldn't bet against the Pistons, even if they wanted to hold the parade on Thursday, you know.
They've
had a run of luck that is just outstanding.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, believe it or not, there is other news in the world going on, and here's a look at the headlines in tomorrow's Detroit Free Press besides the obvious one. A boy is in legal limbo after a bicycle tire tracks made a mess of concrete. At least $1 billion in taxpayer money may have been misspent in Iraq. And, of course, special Pistons-Lakers coverage includes Mitch Albom and wall-to-wall Wallace pictures. That's all in tomorrow's Detroit Free Press.
And Detroiters weren't the only ones rooting on those Pistons tonight. This was the scene in Coatesville, Pennsylvania tonight as Rip Hamilton's hometown watched him and the Pistons win the championship. Coatesville also happens to be my hometown, so I know firsthand what that love and support feels like. Everyone is proud that one of their own is now an NBA champion. And Rip definitely earned the honor with his positive attitude and tremendous play on the court in the finals.
His desire to play was always there, and I'm real excited about it. I'm proud. My heart is pounding. I almost feel like I'm there with him.
That was my cousin, Francis Washington.
Was that your cousin?
Yes.
Everybody in that town. Must be like 10 people in that town.
11,000 to be exact.
That's a good size
Put us
town.
in one corner of the Silver Dome.
All right, congratulations to Coatesville. By the way, here are the details as we know them now. We'll say these now, but who knows? The Pistons will celebrate their big win with a victory parade on Thursday. This is the plan for now. The parade will step off from Shane Park at 11:30 on Thursday morning. It is expected to wind its way through the city all the way to Hart Plaza. Of course, you know you can depend on us. Action News will be there. We'll have wall-to-wall team coverage of this exciting event. We're the place to turn to. We will have the interviews. We will have the pictures for you, and we will have it all for you.
It's a big, giant smile on the face of Detroit. The spirit of Detroit Detroit, the Pistons. We thank you so much. We're proud of you, Pistons. Thank you for watching Channel 7. Good night. We're going to watch it.
We're going to send it on back to Don Shane at the Palace now for the Rock Financial post-game show. But we invite you to have a great night and a great celebration.
And welcome to the Pistons post-game show. Don Shane along with Chuck Daly. This is the headline in the paper. Payday with Ben on the cover. That looks pretty good. Chuck's got the hat to show off. 2004 NBA champions.
We don't have the Wheaties box, but that's already out, believe it or not.
The Wheaties box, the Coca-Cola can, everything's already out to celebrate the Pistons NBA championship, and an unlikely championship when the season began. I think ahead of schedule for Joe, but as you said, the deal for Rasheed, and all of a sudden this team is a contender and a real threat.
Yeah, they really were, and I'm not sure the league recognized it, but when they went on that streak where they were holding teams under 70 points, that was a strong indication for me that this was a really solid team. And I have some good friends out west, some general manager I talked to on occasion, and I told both of them, I said, I'm going to tell you something. You guys are preaching, or you're worried about who's going to win it out there. You better be a little bit careful. There are two teams in the East, and I think Detroit is better than the Pacers because they made no move at the trading deadline. And I said, they're going to surprise you. But little did you know that they would go this far.
Yeah. They have so many very good players. Maybe not one giant superstar, but the guy that was voted the most valuable player was Chauncey Billups, and he certainly deserved it. He absolutely dominated from the point guard position.
They really did. He ran the show, didn't look to shoot only when he had to. He dished the ball out. But I'll tell you, if I'd have been voting, as much as I like Chauncey, I would have had a tough time, as Ben Wallace was absolutely incredible. I don't know if I've seen a big guy play that hard and that brilliantly, shot blocking, huge rebounds, offensive putbacks at crucial times. I kind of wish it would have been Cole.
Yeah, Chauncey, the choice of the media members, obviously, who voted. Ben, maybe the people's choice from the coaches who know the game, and from maybe some of the fans that were in here as well.
Well, they could have gone a lot of directions.
Yeah.
Hamilton played well. And I'll tell you, the X factor.
Tayshaun
Prince was superb.
Yeah, he was. And talk about a guy who has come on so very quickly.
Well, you know all the problems. It's well documented what happened last year. He finally got into the starting lineup at the end of the year in the playoffs and handled himself very well. But he got bigger and stronger, and he became a guy that was counted on, became more important in his own mind, and he became an incredible defensive stopper. And those guys are very difficult to find, particularly at this three spot. And the fact that actually his offense isn't anywhere near what I think it could be or will be. I think he's a great offensive player and a great shooter, and I think that'll come along. But his defense, I'll tell you, if you're watching this series, Kobe Bryant goes for 30 every night. It's not for him.
You know, Larry Brown has been around this league for a long time, 21 years to be exact, and he finally gets an NBA title. Let's play for you the comments of Larry Brown at his press conference after the Pistons won this game tonight.
Guys, a foul Shaq, because they never would have thought Shaq would have been standing out there to handle the ball. The guys who believe.
Larry Brown and the Pistons, who tied with San Antonio for fewest points.
Okay, let's talk about Larry Brown and the fact that he did finally cap his career, I guess. He'll be here for a few more years, we would think, but with this NBA title.
Well, it does cap it off. You know, he's like a lot of players, even if he hadn't won it. There's so many great players that never win a title, and they can exist with that, and I think Larry could have existed with it. But, you know, the timing of it all, the right place, the right time, the perfect trade, a lot of things fell in place. But, you know, here's a guy who's a coach's coach. He's developed a lot of coaches who played collegiately, head coaches in the college ranks, head coaches in the pro ranks, and he just loves to teach basketball. And he's a lifer, and that's what he's going to continue to do. And so it's great for him. Well-deserved, I might add.
He likes to say, we did it the right way. We played the right way. What is the right way? If you win a championship, it's not the right way? I mean, they did it the right way, I guess.
Well, the right way to him is what all coaches think about basketball. One, they defend on every possession. They box out and don't give up second shots. They run their offense. They don't go looking for shots. They take shots that come to them. All the fundamental things that really make teams very good. And he had the right personnel, responded to him. He had the place, the prominence to come in and be able to do that. But I'll tell you the remarkable thing. I've said before, when you coach a team, you don't learn anything about them until you coach them, and you can watch them from the outside. I think it would take a guy of his experience and only his experience who could come in 1 year, understand his players. And I know that at one time in the season, he said to this team, they had went through a rough stretch, he said, you guys go ahead and play and let me try to figure this out. And that's exactly what he's doing. But he did figure it out, got to the right place at the right time with the right people getting the ball.
All right, now we've got that interview all ready to go. Larry Brown at the podium after the Pistons won the NBA title tonight.
I haven't in my life had disappointments too many times coaching this game. I told them, before the game, it would be a great statement if we had an opportunity to win, because we do play the right way and we are truly a team. But I left the team I just was with for 6 years that never, ever, disappointed me with their effort. And I don't think there are many teams in my life that I've had the opportunity to coach didn't try to play the right way. But since this is toward the end of it for me, and the way we did it against such a quality coach and a quality team, it's a pretty incredible feeling.
Indeed, it must be. Larry Brown, somewhat emotional there at the end of his press conference. We've got more coming up for you live from the Palace. Chuck and I are back with more Pistons postgame right after this. So please, stay up. Don't go away.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts. By Wallside Windows, most preferred, most preferred. By the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
Getting started under pressure. The ones that bring it, the ones that test you. When we moving the rock, when we making a shot. Make magic. With only 1 on the clock, and the feeling's irresistible when we all shot it. Started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
They not only got it started, they finished it as well, and that's what really counts. The NBA champion Detroit Pistons. Chuck Daly with us as always. I want to talk about this notion that the Pistons this year were called a team that didn't have superstars, and it's the first time that they're saying in a long time that a team won the championship without the Michael or the Jordan and the Shaq and whatever. It is true in a way. They got a lot of very good players, but I don't know if they have one guy in that kind of category.
Truthfully, I didn't think it could happen. I thought you needed, and because of the history of the whole thing over the last 15, 18 years, has been you had to have an MVP candidate or two in order to win it.
Right.
You go back with Houston, San Antonio, LA, Boston, Lakers, even ourselves, and I didn't think it could be done.
Why were they able to do it then?
Well, TEAM, that they were truly a great team, and they all bought in. Defensively, offensively, all the things that we talked about that make up a great team. And they just kept coming on and coming on, got better and better and more confident. And when you start to build that confidence, I know in our case, our guys couldn't wait to go back to training camp because they knew at some point they had a great shot to win it.
We're seeing some Ben Wallace highlights from tonight's game. The big fella seemed like he felt it offensively tonight as well, didn't he?
He had some jumpers. He hit a nice little hook. And, I know Larry started the season. I remember an exhibition season talking about we've got to get him involved because you don't want to play 5-on-4. We had a little bit of problem like that with Rodman. And Rodman was really a pretty good offensive player, but he went to a mindset, I'm going to be strictly a rebounder. And then teams play a 5-on-4. They don't play that guy. Well, as he developed it a little bit more of an offensive player, they couldn't do that.
All right, Rasheed got in some foul trouble again tonight, but came back and made some big baskets in the second.
Yeah, he did what he had to do, and then he did get into foul trouble. And you're gonna pick up fouls against a team like this periodically, and when you're working the lane and working against Shaquille, going to block shots, rotating, it's going to happen. But that's a great luxury that Larry had. He could go to that bench, and they can handle it.
Okay, let's. Joe Dumars is the architect of this team, and he's the guy that put them together and got them going. Here's what Joe had to say after the game.
When you got Rasheed, did you think that might be the step?
I thought that's why I went and got him. I thought we're a contender to go deep into the playoffs. Without him, once we got him, I thought he could be the piece that puts us over the hump to win this thing.
You did it as a player, but now you're doing it as a front office type.
Yeah.
Two completely different things, obviously, but how do you feel?
Much more gratifying, Jay, much more as in this particular role here. As a player, you're young, you're 25 years old, your perspective is not even there. Being an old man at 41 right now, you understand it better, you appreciate it better now, and I'm so much, not knowing if we'd ever get back here again. After you win 15 years ago, you don't ever know if you'll know what it feels like to win it again. So to be here tonight and doing this is just incredible for me.
Is that why your emotions after game 2 slipped away? Your thoughts, and did you think, what were you thinking then, Joe?
Yeah, because game 2, I felt like, you know what? This thing could slip away from us, and we may never get this back again. I know how precious it is and how fleeting it is. So that's why I was so dejected after we gave the game away in game 2.
Joe, how does this validate all the moves that happened and everything? I mean, because you were
you know what? I've said before, though, you win it all, and the only thing left to do now is for people to acknowledge. I'm going to keep it clean. Acknowledge the stuff that they said, or not, or be hypocrites and not acknowledge it. And so it ain't on me, it's on them now.
2 rings as a player, and now 1 as a guy in management. Chuck and I are back with more after this. Welcome back to the Palace. The Piston guards were so dominating in this series. Of course, Chauncey, the most valuable player. I'm sure Rip got some votes as well. Here is Rip at the podium at the press conference. His comments on this game and this championship.
Wow. I mean, it's crazy. It's unbelievable, man. I mean, it still ain't sunk in yet. Them guys in that locker room, man, our team, we believe. And our motto all year is never scared, and we're going to go ahead and work hard and do everything possible. And we got 3 opportunities to win games at home. And our fans was unbelievable, man. If anybody believed that we was going to win, it was our fans. And, we did everything possible to prove them right, And we didn't worry about what people wrote in the papers or what people were saying on TV or what they was even saying in Vegas. We said to ourselves, anything's possible if you play together as 5 on not just on the offense end, but on the defense end too. I mean, LB done did a great job of showing America how basketball is supposed to be played.
Rip, Willie May, Radio 1 Boston. National championship at UConn, now this one. And you go back 2 years ago, you're in the Washington situation. Has that all sunk in yet? And how much celebrating will you and she do back in Philly?
Wow, it's crazy because, like I said, I got a ring in college, and the thing about it, when I talked to Kobe when I was in college, I said, yeah, you might got a state championship, but I got a college. And he said, Rip, I'm about to get an NBA one. He got an NBA one. And then I told him right before we matched up, I said, look, man, you got what I want. And once I get this one on you, I'm going to be one up on you. I don't care if your second biggest shot was against me in high school, but now I feel as though that Coach feels one up on them.
Good for Rip Hamilton. He credits Larry Brown with making him into a much better player this year.
Well, Larry is a guards coach as much as he is an overall coach. He understands guard play. He's had guys like Iverson who he helped develop. Iverson was a great player, but all players need help, and they learn how to do certain things, and I'm confident that he helped them, particularly with areas. Remember, Larry coached Reggie Miller, and this is like reincarnation. The tricks of coming off screens, how to get open, how to push off, all the little things that make you a great player.
Yeah, good for Rip Hamilton. Chuck and I are back with a little more right after this. Stay with us.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts. By Wallside Windows, most preferred, most referred. By the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
They came out and, they played with great intensity. They played well. They capitalized off our turnovers, and they just played a little bit harder than we did. Congratulations to those guys. They deserve it. Congratulations to Coach Brown. He's a great coach, and he deserves it. And they just played hard. They played consistently hard. They played consistently good defense. And they just flat out beat us to everything.
A perfect assessment. They flat out beat us at everything. The Laker team that we saw in this series about to be completely broken apart.
I think there's a good chance there are going to be some major changes. I think there'll have to be. First of all, you don't know where Phil's situation is, Kobe's situation, and they've got a lot of people. There's something big going to happen out there, maybe more than one big thing, because LA won't stand for a team that is mediocre. That just doesn't work that way. So look out. There'll be some bombs bursting in LA.
Yeah, kind of a mini dynasty may be crumbling out there in Los Angeles. Let's go to Stephen Clark right now in the newsroom. Stephen.
All right, thank you very much, Don and Chuck. Being very kind, by the way. Mediocre, I think, is a very kind word. The Pistons have been world champions about an hour and 45 minutes, and so for about an hour and 46 minutes, fans have been celebrating. One of the bigger parties, Royal Oak. Chopper 7's on party patrol. Craig Smith is aboard. Craig?
Well, I'll tell you what, Stephen, party indeed. And instead of all the folks congregated in one big wad on Main Street, they're sort of scattered about the city. Now, I've just noticed police have blocked off the south and north end, in fact, in the east and the west end of the city as well. They're trying to keep people from coming down here right now. There is still a lot of people down here, but everybody's just having a good time, kind of savoring the moment. Over Royal Oak, I'm Craig Smith, live from Chopper 7. Stephen, back to you.
All right, Craig, thank you very much. So far, we haven't heard of any major incidences, and we would pass those along if we were. Ray Saya standing by right now at the Palace. And Ray, all night long, we were being told that the parking lot would be cleared immediately after the game. Is that the case?
Yeah, so far so good, Stephen. A steady procession of Pistons fans continues to make its way out of the Palace parking lot, and these fans are going home mighty happy because the mighty Lakers have fallen. It was a remarkable scene here after the game. Of course, directly after the game, there was the trophy presentation inside. Almost everybody stayed inside, and then after the game, they started oozing out of the Palace. That's when the celebration started. There were pockets of celebration all over the parking lot. As always, when you have a big win like this, there's concern that some people are going to get out of hand. But the good news is everybody has been well behaved. These fans have been a class act, and they have represented Detroit very well. But what a way to end this magical season. The Detroit Pistons are 2004 NBA champions, and these fans are loving it, and fans dwindling away right here outside the Palace right now. Let's send it back to you.
We are reporting live from the Palace, and we know that the parties will be going on late into the night. But right now, they are winding down a bit in some of the further reaches, which at this particular moment happens to be downtown Detroit, where Glenda Lewis is standing by live. Glenda?
Stephen, it's been a long time since the city of Detroit has been this alive with so much fun and so much pride. We are so excited down here about the Pistons' big win. All right. We do. We're down here at Flood's Bar and Grill. And joining me now, this is Leslie Nelson, and she is the primary entertainer at Flood's Bar and Grill. And she says it has just been hot tonight, hasn't it, Leslie?
All week, been partying all week. Pistons fans, big time fans, all week this party.
We love Linda. Just a beautiful time out here, a nice calm celebration. We are enjoying ourselves, and we are celebrating in the Pistons' big win. Live in downtown Detroit, I'm Glenda Lewis. We're going to send it to my colleague, Kristen Smith. Back to you.
All right. right, Glenda Lewis, thank you very much. Just the way we like to hear it, that it is a calm celebration going on. Again, we have heard no major incidences any place in the city of any kinds of celebrations getting out of hand. The police have been very, very tight on what's been going on so far in places like Royal Oak, but also pretty near the Palace. Kristen Smith is standing by in Auburn Hills. And are you at the Post Bar still, Kristen? I know you've been around a little bit tonight.
Give her some space, man.
You know, I couldn't hear what you had to say there, Stephen, but you can tell that the fans here are having a pretty good time. They're all pumped up. It's much of the same as it has been all over town. One thing that's pretty interesting, though, is what you can't see, a party you can't see going on, is inside the Post Bar. Michael Jordan. That's right, Michael Jordan and a bunch of his friends are partying inside the Post. Most of these fans don't know it, and they can't hear me even saying that right now, but he and his friends are inside having their own celebration. I don't know which way they were going on this game, but they're inside having a party and a celebration of their own. But the celebration is out here because the Pistons won, right, guys? And everybody's pretty happy about it. Reporting live from the Post, Kristen Smith, back to you.
Kristen, if it was Michael Jordan, they were probably celebrating on behalf of Phil Jackson, but of course not much to celebrate there tonight. We will have complete coverage again tomorrow on Action News beginning a little early in the morning at 4:30. Please plan to join us then. In the meantime, that's it from the newsroom. We'll send it on back to the Palace and Don Shane. Don?
All right, Stephen, thank you. Great to see that so far that the city is celebrating responsibly. Your final thoughts on the third NBA championship for this franchise. Yours, the first two.
Yeah, well, a great organization needs a provider, Bill Davidson, an architect, Joe Dumars, and, of course, a leader in Larry Brown. And along with that, you've got to have a group of young men who are willing to sacrifice, give up some personal glory, and pay a hard price, make a lot of sacrifices. And this club epitomizes the word team. We always heard the old cliche, there's no I in team, and this pretty much represents it. And quite frankly, I think it's visionary for most of the league. I think the rest of the NBA is looking at this and say, we don't need a superstar because there aren't enough around.
Okay. As Chuck and I leave you, we will show you Chauncey Billups getting his most valuable player trophy tonight. And there he is, the well-deserved, much-traveled guard who has found a home here in Detroit. What a great move by Joe Dumars. And, of course, the team getting the Larry O'Brien trophy as well. Your Detroit Pistons, the 2004 NBA champions. For Chuck Daly, I'm Don Shane. Congratulations. I want to thank everybody for watching us throughout the playoffs. Good night, everybody.
Denver Granholm may have broken federal regulations during a friendly wager over the NBA Finals. Because the Pistons beat the Lakers in the finals, California's governor was supposed to wear a Piston shirt, a Ben Wallace wig, and eat Michigan pasties. But apparently, 2 of the 3 Michigan bakeries that shipped out the pasties aren't authorized to send meat products out of state. That's against USDA regulations. Of course, it was an angry Lakers fan who brought up the issue in the first place.